Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Halton Catholic District School Board, Tuesday, February 15th, 2022. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed and will be posted on the board's YouTube channel. Please only use the chat box to type hand up only to be placed in the queue to be recognized. Please remember to turn on your microphone and camera when you are recognized to speak. Turn off your camera and mic otherwise. Trustees, please remember that if you speak when you are not recognized or when you do not have the floor, your mic will be muted. Moving on to the first order of business, land acknowledgement, opening prayer, national anthem, and oath of citizenship. Trustee Masriyamar, I ask staff to please start us off with the land acknowledgement.
Halton, as we know it today,
is rich in the history and modern traditions
of many First Nations in the Métis,
from the lands of the Anishinaabe
to the Attawandaron,
the Haudenosaunee,
and the Métis.
These lands surrounding me greatly
are steeped in Indigenous history.
As we gather today
on these treaty lands,
our Catholic social teachings
call us in solidarity
with our Indigenous brothers and sisters
to honor and respect the four directions:
lands, waters, plants, animals, and ancestors
that walked before us.
All these wonderful elements of creation exist,
gifted to us by our Creator God. We acknowledge and thank
the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation
for being stewards of this traditional territory.
Please. All good?
Go ahead, Trustee Masriyamar.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Please join me in the sign of our faith. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, thank you for giving us the opportunity to make change in our schools and world today. Thank you for trusting us as your children to make our world a better place for everyone around us. Please let us have respectable and productive discussions today. Help us see the world through other people's eyes and understand things a little differently. Let my actions be reflective of who you are. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. And please stand up for the oath of Canada and the oath of citizenship.
Thank you, Trustee Mastrihammer. Motions adopted in camera. There were no motions adopted in camera. Information received in camera. Vice Chair Agnew. Vice Chair Agnew. Information received in camera.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. The following information was received in camera. Resignations. Annunziata Russo Parisi resigned effective January the 28th, 2022. Jessica Buchanan resigned effective February the 1st, 2022.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. Next order of business is the approval of the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair, I have my hand up.
Okay, Trustee Yantamasi.
Thank you. I have an item that I wish to add to the agenda. The item in question is the school liaison program. I'm asking this to be added as an action item. As such, I would ask the trustees to support it. That's a matter of importance. Moving onwards, I have 3 other notices of motion.
Okay. Trustee Yantamasi will go one by one. So your first item is school liaison officer. It's an action item, so it will need unanimous consent. I'll go around the table. And
Mr. Chair, it's to be added to the agenda. It's not a notice of motion.
Sorry, it's an action item to be added to this particular agenda, which requires unanimous consent. I'm going around the table right now to determine if that's trustees will that. Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
Opposed.
Trustee Yantamasi? Trustee Yantamasi?
I'm in favor, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien? In favor. Trustee Ovanchanada?
Opposed.
Trustee Vice Chair Agnew?
Opposed.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
Opposed.
Trustee Tokiwa? Trustee Tokiwa will be late. Abstain. And Chair Trustee Duarte is opposed. The motion to add this as an action item fails. We shall now move on to the agenda items. And Trustee Yantamasi, you said you had notices of motions, right?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Notice of motion.
First notice of motion is professional fees would be the title.
1 second, hold on. Okay, professional fees 10.5.
10.6, consummated land purchases by the board from 2018-2022. My apologies. So I would like to go back to number 1. Could you please add 2018 to 2022?
That will be item 10.6. Next.
Can I have acknowledgement that you also are putting the dates 2018 to 2022 for my first notice of motion?
So professional fees 2018 to
2022.
Okay, got that. Next.
Number 3, public tenders issued by the board from 2018 to 2022. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That'll be item 10.7. So we have 3 notices of motions to be added. Are there any other additions, deletions? Trustee O'Brien.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to add a discussion item to the agenda entitled Selection Deselection List. But only for discussion or information.
So to add that as a information item.
It has to be verbal or written report to the board.
Yeah, so we need a 2/3 vote for that.
Right. Just point of clarification, Mr. Chair?
Just,
and maybe to Trustee O'Brien, but I see information, so we're looking at information, right, on the, so information reports, it'd go under information, am I correct? Just it says verbal or written reports to the board that promote student success and other issues of general nature. Is that what we would be expecting?
Trustee O'Brien?
Give me that bylaw again, please.
Yes, for sure. So it has just a list of everything that's on the order, on the agenda, Trustee O'Brien. So it's item 9.5 in the bylaws. I'm just trying to figure out where it would go, and then it's the only area that I. So you're saying under information, or are you saying under miscellaneous information?
I will put it under miscellaneous.
Okay, so miscellaneous information item number 11.1. So we need a 2/3 vote to add that item to the agenda.
Mr. Chair, can I just give it a little context so at least people, my fellow trustees, will know what I'm asking for?
At this point in time, I'm hesitant to do that.
No worries.
We have the agenda, which we need to stay focused on. And so what's the title you said?
Selection deselection list.
So we need a 2/3 vote on this one. So I shall now take it to a recorded vote for adding item selection deselection list to item 11.1 under miscellaneous.
We need a seconder for that, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Trustee DeRosa, you're right.
I'm happy to second.
Okay, Trustee DeRosa seconds it. Vice Chair Agnew, you said something?
I just asked that Trustee DeRosa to turn off his microphone.
Okay, Trustee DeRosa, can you turn your microphone off, please? So we are going to vote on the amendment of the agenda, adding item 11.1 selection deselection list, and we need a 2/3 vote. Trustee Guzzo, how do you vote?
Opposed.
Trustee Yantomasi?
Favor.
Trustee Carabella?
I'm in favor.
Trustee Murphy?
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanota?
I'm in favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
Opposed.
Trustee Tokiwa?
Abstain.
Vice Chair Agnew?
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
And Trustee Duarte is opposed. We have 5 in favor, 4 opposed. The motion to add this as a discussion, as an information item fails. We shall now move on to the agenda, approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of
Oh,
privilege.
sorry, Trustee Carabella. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I did have my hand up. I just have a question about the action item that failed to get on the agenda, Trustee Antomasi's. Would that be as a notice of motion then for the next meeting, or would he be putting on a notice of motion? Would he need to put on a notice of motion?
He would need to put a notice of motion. So he asked it as an action item, it failed, so we are not putting that as a notice of motion. Okay, so we have 3 notices of motion.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, what was the vote? Can you please recall the vote on my action item? If my action item fails, according to our bylaws, then it goes into, is either a discussion item or a notice. Thank you.
Trustee Yantamasi, I shall first recall the vote.
And what bylaw?
For adding the SLO program, Trustee DeRosa is in favor, Trustee Yantamasi in favor, Trustee Carabella in favor, Trustee O'Brien in favor. Opposed is Vice Chair Agnew, Trustee Guzzo opposed, Trustee Murphy opposed, Trustee Honchanota, and Trustee Duarte is opposed. So the
Mr.
action
Chair,
item
I was
fails, shall
asking
not
for the
be.
call to the vote on approval of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, so now we have 3 notices of motions on the agenda. We are going to vote on the approval of the agenda as amended. I shall call the vote.
Mr. Chair, I understand that.
Trustee
but can you
Yantamasi,
please clarify,
Trustee
point of order,
Yantamasi.
can you please clarify whether or not the agenda will include my failed action item as a notice?
Trustee
Yes or no?
Yantamasi, you asked for a point of order. Can you state your point of order?
I just asked for the, I just stated my point of order.
That's not a point
My
of order, Trustee
I
Yantamasi. We
will
have not broken
rephrase
any
it for you,
bylaws.
or repeat it for you. If my action item failed, then it only stands to reason that it gets added to the agenda as a notice of motion.
What bylaw?
I hear
And
you.
it gets
Thank you.
approved through the approval of the agenda. Yes or no? If
Trustee
you
Yantamasi,
don't have an answer, can you please
I rule
get
that your
parliamentarian direction on this matter?
Out of order, your point of order is not well received. Your item that you asked to add as an action item has failed. It shall not be added as an action item. Okay, now shall it be added now shall it be
You have
added
a
as
point of privilege.
What's the motion? What's the bylaw?
May I
Trustee
have a-
Carabella, state your point of privilege.
I heard Trustee Antomasi asking for parliamentary inquiry for that, about it being put on.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. I don't think I need a parliamentarian at this point in time. I've already called the vote. We are going to vote on the agenda as amended. I call the vote. Thank you. Carabella.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien. Trustee Honchanota.
In favor.
Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Mastery Amar.
In favor.
Tokiwa.
Sorry, what are we voting on?
We are voting on the agenda as amended. There's 3 notices of motions.
Oh, in favor.
Vice Chair Agnew.
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa.
Come back to me, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Guzzo.
Opposed.
Trustee Yantamasi.
So, Mr. Chair, are we voting on approval of the amended agenda?
Yes, Trustee Yantamasi.
I'm against. Thank you.
And we have Trustee Duarte is opposed. So we have, Trustee DeRosa, how do you vote?
So we're voting on the amended agenda.
Correct.
Is this the only amendment on the agenda, Mr. Chair?
There are 3 notices of motions presented by Trustee Yantamasi.
Those automatically make it onto the agenda, is that correct?
Yes, Trustee DeRosa. How do you vote?
In favor.
And Trustee Duarte is going to change his vote to in favor.
Could we have a count of the votes, please?
Yes, I will.
Privilege.
So we have Trustee DeRosa in favor, Trustee Carabella in favor, Trustee Murphy in favor, Trustee Honchanota in favor, Trustee Duarte is in favor. Opposed, we have Vice Chair Agnew, Trustee Guzzo, Trustee Yantamasi, and Trustee O'Brien. So we have 5 in favor, 4 opposed. The agenda as amended carries. So the 3 items will be added as a notice of motion to the next board meeting. Moving on to the next order of business. Declarations of conflict of interest. Are there any, sorry, Trustee O'Brien, do you have a question?
I have a conflict.
Okay, so I was going to first ask the question. Are there any conflicts of interest to be declared? Trustee O'Brien?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to jump in again here. Item 10.4, financial report of December 31st, 2021. The expense of occasional teacher salaries are mentioned in this report. My wife is an occasional teacher with ACDSB, therefore I will be declaring a conflict of interest.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Are there any other declarations of conflict of interest?
Mr. Chair.
Trustee DeRosa,
The
you
account
have
that I
a chat
have
box.
is I'm working in
You
the
have a
elementary-
chat box for use. Can you kindly use the chat box?
My fingers are not fast enough, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
But
we'll
I
have
will
to.
use the chat box if you wait for me.
Okay, go ahead now that I recognize you. Go ahead.
How's that?
Go ahead.
So I'd like to declare the same conflict that Trustee O'Brien has declared on account that I have family working in the elementary board or the elementary panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Moving on to the next order of business, which is presentations. Item 4.1, senior staff updates. Director Daly.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. It's my privilege tonight to provide senior staff updates for this board meeting. Recently, two members of our board were recognized by the Oakville Rotary Club with the 2022 Paul Harris Fellowship Award. Paul Harris Fellowship Award has been in existence since 1957. And in our Oakville Rotary Club presents the award to those who provide service above self in a number of ways to their local community. The two recipients associated with our board are Sherry Sable and Jody Harbour, and I can certainly speak to both of them as deserving recipients in terms of providing service over self. So on behalf of our senior staff, and I would say on behalf of, I can't speak for trustees, but maybe I will, on behalf of all of us here, I want to offer congratulations to Sherry Sable and Jody Harbour for being recognized by the Rotary Clubs of Oakville. I think both Sherry and Jody are here. So Mr. Chair, maybe we could ask Sherry or Jody if they would have a few things to say.
Thank you. We have both of them here, Sherry and Jody. Go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. And no, we just want to we're so humble when we were asked to be recognized. We're kind of like, no, don't worry about it. But no, we really truly are honored. It goes beyond public service when you're serving the community. So thanks for the recognition, Pat, and I really appreciate it. Jody, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. It's great to be a part of this board and just the vision of always just creating a better world for our children. And thank you all so much for being a part of that and honoring us with that tonight.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just add a statement before I go ahead, Director Daly. So on behalf of the Board of Trustees and as a fellow Rotarian too, I would like to extend my congratulations to Sherry and Jody for your prestigious award. That's Paul Harris Fellowship Award is something. Okay, and you make HCDSB proud. So once again, thank you. Go ahead, Director Daly.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. The last section of our staff update for this board meeting has to do with really an update for all of our staff. We've heard from a number of our senior staff over the last several months about some of the good news stories and good work going on throughout our system. And I'd like to highlight some of the good work that went on throughout our system over the past school year. So the director's annual report is really a way to share the good work of our students, our staff, our parents, our trustees, our board as a whole. So it's a real pleasure to highlight some of those accomplishments from our past school year. So the director's annual report, as I said, highlights accomplishments throughout the year related to our board's strategic plan. So in our report, there's it's broken down into the 4 pillars of our plan. So for example, it's kind of a consistent layout in each of our areas. So I'm just highlighting foundational elements right here. There's a bit of a brief description of the tie into the plan, how our strategic monitoring survey related to this particular area, so the feedback listed there, and then highlighting a number of initiatives or events or programs in the particular pillar that took place during the past school year. So things such as new groundbreaking. We didn't open a new school last year. Hopefully we'll open a few this year. We opened a number of childcare centers. We had our addition to a major addition to Bishop Redding. So those are highlighted here. Our planning department undertook a number of school boundary reviews last year. So it's a good way to showcase some of the different elements or the number of elements that go into the operational side of our board, from boundary reviews to school construction to our welcome center, our budget, our human resources staff. So on each of the tabs in our update, it'll follow that same sort of layout. I'll just show you one other one, or a couple of other ones. Let's go, well, you know what, let's go to the home page. So on the home page, there is a little, oh. So on our homepage, there is a little bit of a blurb from me with regards to last year, and then a bit of an introduction to the board, number of students, number of schools, number of employees, a highlight of our strategic plan, some of the important people on our board, including our board of trustees, our student trustees. In terms of some of the elements around achievement, again, we've tried to highlight both individual achievement of students and staff, as well as some new programs initiated last year. So again, we take a look at how our strategic plan monitoring survey, the responses that we got in this particular pillar, our student awards of excellence recipients for last year, and then highlighting a number of individual achievements by students. So last year we did have an IB student, 2 IB students graduate with a perfect score, 45 out of 45, which is extremely rare in any board, and a great accomplishment by both those students. We introduced our new virtual Catholic elementary school. Last year we called it the virtual school. This year St. Clair of Assisi virtual school. And then highlighting a number of other students who, while all of our students accomplished great things, some individual awards, Queen's University Chancellor's Award, some of our staff who are featured on TVO Kids, some of our individual student awards that are kind of unique, not school-based awards. So a great way to feature our staff and students in a number of ways that are maybe not the typical sort of recognition that they might receive through the board. So again, students involved in Olympic swim trials, the creation of our STEAM steering committee last year. Next year's director's report, we'll be able to report on lots of things that were going on with regards to the STEAM steering committee. And then highlighting our Governor General Award winners, that's students who graduate from our secondary schools, each secondary school with the highest average. And those are some pretty outstanding marks there. Another one of our staff members, trustees will recall that Cesar De Silva was featured in Professionally Speaking, which is the Ontario College of Teachers professional publication, and featured for the work that he did in teaching a tech course online. So it was a great article and a great contribution there. We try to recognize as many different sorts of areas. So we had a number of students who participated in Skills Ontario. It was a virtual session last year, but a number of competitors who were recognized in science fairs. Again, a great highlight of a number of achievements of our students. Under the Believing pillar, again, trying to highlight what we were able to do in terms of celebrating our Catholic faith. Last year it was largely in a virtual environment, but we did highlight our journey with Jesus, or our walk with Jesus last year. And you might remember that was kind of a full day event that we live streamed. So that YouTube clip is there. And then highlighting some of the outreach of our students, our Keeping Christ in Christmas recipients, how our Jillian being recognized, our system chaplain, Jillian Federico, is chair of the Interfaith Council of Halton. And then also how some of our adult faith formation programs, how some of our parishes connected with our students and our staff in a virtual sense. So we, Father Kahn, Coffee, Faith, and Conversation that he did weekly, and then a number of our local parishes reaching out to our students online to keep that parish school home connection even in a virtual setting. Finally, in terms of the belonging pillar, we had lots to highlight from our last school year. So again, it talks about embracing relationships, our idea of collective responsibility in the board, ensuring that all of our students, staff, and families feel valued, safe, and included. So again, it follows the same format. I'm going to come back to staff appreciation in a minute. The initiatives we had last year around Pride Month, our human rights and equity training, both for staff. Staff is highlighted here in particular. The initiation of our Responding with Faith, Hope, and Love process. So a number of the work of our Spec Ed Assistive Technology Showcase, of SEAC, of our the number of recognized International Day of Disabilities, a number of mental health programs that we had go out virtually, the introduction of our new Project Search. So all kinds of great things happening in this pillar. And I'm keeping an eye on time here, but I do want to close just by showing a brief video because this was from our Staff Appreciation Day last May, and it really did wrap up what was a pretty unique school year. And I think it highlights the work of our staff in a really kind of specific way, the way that they did help support our students and families in what could only be described as a challenging year. So I'm going to stop sharing this one. I'm going to try and share. I got to put that little thing on. Let's see if this works.
It's Staff Appreciation Day here in the HCDSB. I'm at Bishop Brennan Catholic Secondary School in Milton. I'm in the new wing here at the school. We're just completing a multi-year addition to the school, and it looks fantastic. I think that's a great sign for us that even in some difficult times, our work continues. and it'll continue throughout our upcoming school. It's also the final day of Catholic Education Week, and I think it's fitting that we tie those two events together, because we can't celebrate our good work in Catholic education without acknowledging the hard work and dedication of all of our staff. The success of our school, and it is a success, is due in large part to the combined effort of our over 5,700 employees. Our students, our schools, our district thrives because of dedication. That's not new, but certainly this year it's been even more evident considering the challenges we faced. We began our school year in the midst of a pandemic that hadn't peaked yet. Our staff had to learn new health and safety protocols and transmit those to our students to ensure all of our students and families were safe in our buildings. All of our staff, regardless of their role, have had to change the way they do their work. And change it again as we've had to pivot to but twice. Just think about that for a second. We changed 30,000 plus students from a face-to-face environment to a completely remote environment in the course of the day. That's outstanding work. I think it's also important to recognize that through this last year, we've struggled. COVID has hit all of us in different ways, either personally, perhaps in our families, amongst our colleagues, and that makes our work this year that even more impressive. The resiliency of our staff throughout the year has been tremendous. So where does that put us now in May of 2021? In many ways, it seems like we're in the same spot we were last year. And in some ways that's true. But in many other ways, if we consider the progress we've made over the past year in our teaching and learning, in the way we've supported each other as colleagues, the way we've reached out to our community and allowed our community to support us, we're miles ahead. I look forward to September. There will be some unknowns. We're not sure exactly what it's going to look like, but certainly based on the work over our past year, we know we'll be in good shape. And that's all due to the dedication and commitment that all of our staff demonstrate day in and day out. What we do know, and we know this for sure, when we come back to school in September, we'll continue to strive to meet the needs of all our learners. We'll exemplify Christ as our model. We'll ensure that all of our students feel welcome, safe, and included in our school environments. We know that that might not be the case for all of our students and staff all of the time. We recognize that, so we're committed to continue to have our students experience Christ in their life each day they come to our buildings. I want to close by thanking you for your dedication. I can't be more proud of the work you've done this year. It's my honor to acknowledge it today.
And certainly my honor this evening to be able to give you a few of the highlights of the director's annual report. It really is a highlight of the work of our students, our staff, our trustees, the support of our parents and community partners. And that's a long-winded way to say thank you to all of those groups. So thank you, and happy to answer any questions if we have any.
Thank you, Director Daly, for presenting your annual report. We have performed very, very well and exceeded expectations in many areas. Thank you to our staff for helping us achieve, believe, and belong, and well done. Trustees, do we have any questions? I see Trustee Yantomasi, your hand is up. Trustee Yantomasi. Do you have a question, Trustee Yantomasi, for Director Daly? Trustee Yantomasi. Seeing Trustee Yantomasi is not available, I shall now move on. Thank you, Director Daly, once again. Moving on to the next order of business, delegations. There are no delegations this evening. The next order of business is the approval of minutes. The minutes of the February 1st, 2022 regular board meeting are in a package. Are there any errors, additions, or deletions to the minutes? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the... Oh, Trustee Carabella, sorry.
I did put my hand up there in the.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I moved too fast. Go ahead, Trustee Carabella.
Thank you. So I'm wondering about page 14, and this has to do with the motion I put forward last board meeting. So there is one vote that we took that isn't reflected here. There was a vote we took about that the motion would become a notice for the next meeting. And I did go back and listen because I remembered that. So that's not reflected in the minutes. And
can you point out to which item? And
so it would be in between page 14.
Can you tell me the?
It says the motion, the previous motion there was defeated, and then on a point of order, the chair ruled. So before the next one about taking a vote for the recess, we did have another vote that was about, you suggested that the motion that I was presenting last week would go to the as a notice for the next meeting, and we went around the table and took a vote. It failed, but I think that should be reflected in the minutes.
Rosie, could that be verified and added to the minutes? Okay, Trustee Carabella, thank you for pointing that out.
Okay. Then, Mr. Chair, just reflecting on the events of last week, there was no mention about seeing the previous motion that was used. So does that get reflected in the minutes?
So, Trustee Carabella, the items that get reflected in the minutes is very clear in our bylaws. Let me go to the section. Reporting by way of minutes, bylaw 15 and 15.1, 15.3 talks very clearly about the contents of the minutes. You do not record what is said in the meetings, you record what is done in the meeting, meeting. So I think we should be clear about that.
Okay, thank you. So follow-up would be then, does this just go to because it's pending approval or pending an addition to the minutes? So does it just get put on hold till the next meeting where we see the vote?
Let me just check with Director Daly. We could move it to the next meeting. Okay, Trustee Carabella, we'll move it to the next meeting. Are you okay with that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we shall move on to the next order of business. Item number 7, business arising from previous meetings. 1 second, let me just make some notes.
Mr. Chair.
Do I see your hand there? I don't. Next order of business, business arising from previous meeting. The summary of outstanding items of the previous meeting is in your package.
I don't think we voted on the minutes, Mr. Chair.
We decided to move that to the next meeting, Trustee DeRosa.
You still have to approve or not approve.
We don't have to approve that. We can be.
It requires a vote
because
point of order.
Because let me just check with the parliamentarian. Parliamentarian Kapoor. Parliamentarian Kapoor, are you there?
Yes, Chair. Sorry for the delay.
So there is one item which needs to be checked and verified on the minutes. Do we have to approve or not, or can we just move it to the next meeting?
It sounds
Mr.
like
Chair, just a point of clarification.
Trustee
I'm talking about the minutes. I'm talking about approving the minutes of.
Correct. I'm asking a question to Parliamentarian Kapoor. Please be silent. Parliamentarian Kapoor.
Yes, Chair. It sounded like Trustee Carabella had a proposed amendment to make, and that you had agreed that to defer this matter to the next meeting. If there's an objection, I see you could do a vote on that, on deferring it, but it sounded like it was being done without objection.
Okay.
As there is a pending amendment.
Thank you, Parliamentary Kapoor. So the decision was to move it to the next meeting. I did not hear any objection. So
I object, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So do you have you're objecting to moving to the next meeting? So
No, I'm not objecting, Mr. Chair. I would like to just point a clarification. Do the minutes have to be voted on formally? Yes or no? That's all.
Yes, it does have to be voted. So bylaw 15 it's part of the order of business. If you look at the order of business in our bylaws, it's clear that the minutes have to be voted on, but it does not have to be voted.
Have we taken that vote? Have we taken that vote?
We have talked about moving it to the next meeting after adding Trustee Carabella's item, right? So do we agree to move this to the next meeting or not?
Yeah.
I object, Mr. Chair. I would like to take it to a vote.
Let's go to you're appealing the chair's decision.
No, I'm not appealing it. This requires a vote as stated by the parliamentarian, and it requires a 2/3.
Trustee Antomasi, okay. The chair has ruled. You have an option of appealing the decision of the chair or accepting the decision of the chair. What is your decision?
Mr. Chair, you never put it to the board, to the table for deliberation.
Trustee Antomasi, we are not having this discussion.
Decision.
You do not have the floor now. We are moving on to the next item.
Okay.
So the next order of business is business arising from previous meetings. The summary of outstanding items from previous meeting is in your package. The chart of outstanding items is provided. We're moving on to the next order of business. That's item.
Chair. Trustee O'Brien has his hand up.
Okay, Trustee O'Brien, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under outstanding items from previous meetings, one of them is to improve board technology. You sent out an email today.
Yep.
Indicating that possibility of more was coming back to the board could happen as soon as March 1st.
That's correct.
Which is great. I'm really looking forward to that. With the present setup now, the one microphone in the room, do you see us being ready to bring in more trustees by that? And if so, how? Through you, Mr. Chair, to
Good question. I'm going to pass this to Director Daly. We have an outstanding item there. Director Daly, could you get an answer from staff?
Well, I can start. So we have received some additional equipment for the boardroom. Before we would invite or have greater numbers here, we'll certainly test it out beforehand. We don't want to have 10 trustees here and not have it make sense in terms of the sound quality or the video quality. So we will test it out prior to the next board meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Daly. Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. We have Trustee DeRosa. Was your hand up for this item? Trustee DeRosa?
No, Mr. Chair, I'll pass.
Thank you. For the next order of business, action items. Item 8.1, 2022-23 Capital Priorities Program Submission. Superintendent Merrick, would you please speak to the report and then you can read the motion. Superintendent Merrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, we have the action report tonight for the 2022-2023 Capital Priorities Project Submission. Back on February 4th, the ministry put out a call for capital projects, and the memo was attached to the action report here tonight. Through the program, boards can submit up to 5 projects, of which 2 of the projects must be new. Trustees will remember back about a year ago, or a little less than a year ago, we submitted 7 projects as part of the 2021-2022 Capital Priorities Program, of which 2 were funded. Our top 2 priorities from that submission, which were the Milton No. 9 Catholic Elementary School and the addition to the Milton No. 3 Catholic Secondary School. That leaves us with 5 unfunded projects from last year's program. And the staff are proposing that we resubmit these 5 projects for consideration as part of the 2022-2023 program. And that's on page 3. Keep scrolling down there. is the updated list there on the proposal for the submission as part of this new program. I can walk them quickly. Number one priority is the Holy Cross or Georgetown West rebuild project. Second priority, Milton number 11 Catholic Elementary School. Third priority, the North Oakville number 3 Catholic Elementary School. And those two projects, the second and third priority, we would slightly change the capacity of the schools. That'll meet the requirement for them to be new projects as part of the program. So that satisfies our requirement for two new projects. And then for the fourth priority, the Vision Georgetown number 1 Elementary School. And then finally, the fifth priority, the St. Dominic's Catholic Elementary School rebuild project. And I'll also note that priorities 1 to 4 would have a childcare component as part of the proposal. And the region, we did hear back from the region just today, yesterday actually, that they are supportive of the childcare projects in those first 4 priorities there. Staff is, anxiously awaiting approval of this through the board. The submission deadline for this program is March 25th, so it's next Friday. So it's quickly approaching, a pretty quick turnaround on this program. And we have one resolution for trustee consideration here tonight to approve the priority list for the capital projects. So happy to take any questions that trustees may have. Or if you would like, I could read the motion there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrick. Your audio is a little bit fuzzy. If you mind, if I read the motion?
Yeah, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. Resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board approve the proposed ranking of capital projects for the 2022-23 capital priorities programs as follows. Ranking 1, Georgetown West CES Holy Cross Replacement Facility. Ranking number 2, Milton number 11 Catholic Elementary School. Number 3, North Oakville number 3 Catholic Elementary School. Ranking 4, Vision Georgetown number 1 Catholic Elementary School. Ranking 5, St. Dominic Catholic Elementary School rebuild. Resolved that the board authorize staff to submit the board's 2022-23 capital priorities business case submission to the Ministry of Education for funding consideration as outlined in the relevant ministry memorandum. I'll now take ask trustees if they have questions. So starting off, trustee, sorry? Oh yeah, indeed, sorry. Thank you, Vice Chair. I need a mover and a seconder.
I'll move it.
Give it to Trustee Owen Janata and seconded by?
I'll second.
Okay. I'll give it to Trustee DeRosa.
I believe I got in on the mover, but that's okay.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Thank you. So I shall now open up the floor for questions. So Trustee Owen Janata, Trustee O'Brien, Trustee DeRosa, Trustee Antomasi. Trustee Owen Janata, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. And as you can imagine, I'm ecstatic on behalf of the board that we're allowed to put in another 5 projects as a board as a whole. I'm specifically ecstatic that Georgetown Holy Cross has moved up the ladder to ranking number 1. Our folks and parents and stakeholders in Georgetown have been very, very patient. And so I think it's time that we enable them to come to the top of the list, ranking number 1, and try again to get them a replacement facility. I know that our parent council is very active, that they are writing letters to ensure that due to accessibility and renewal project is really, really, really desperately needed in Georgetown. So I would ask my fellow trustees to please leave this priority list as it is with Georgetown Holy Cross in the number 1 spot. We'll try it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Owen Janata. I've been to the school and yeah, it does need some work. Thank you to your school council too. Trustee O'Brien, Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank Superintendent Merrick for rating the rating that he's given, especially with Holy Cross. I had a very fulsome discussion today with Trustee Janata, and I'm definitely convinced that Holy Cross should be there. So thank you.
Thank you.
The question I have though is about number 5, St. Dominic's. And I've never been in St. Dominic's. I am a Burlington trustee, but I have been in some of the Burlington schools, and I'm I do see a need there. Now, I'm not a facilities person, so my question is, how does a school like St. Dominic rate over, say, one of our Burlington schools, which is in need?
Superintendent Merrick?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Trustee O'Brien. There are facility condition ranking indexes, if you will, that outline kind of the items needed to improve a school to get it kind of back to almost new condition. They are a little subjective. They aren't perfect by any means. And St. Dominic and some of those schools which I imagine you're thinking about in South Burlington, they typically fall right around the provincial average. So they may be near the lower end or the higher FCI number for a school we have here at the Halton Catholic, but in the provincial context, they'll be very close to the provincial average, which is 28% FCI. So that would, it'd be about you have to invest about 20% of the asset cost into the building to bring it up to new standards, if you will. Holy Cross is our lowest rated FCI building in Halton Catholic, and that's why it's at #1 right now. The other ones that we have would be right around the provincial average. So if you think about it in kind of the provincial context, there'd be about roughly 5,000 schools in the province. There'd be roughly 2,500 buildings in the province in worse condition. It would make them challenging to do a knockdown and replace on a building like that. But I mean, we are able to apply for it if we like. But you will notice that in our renewal plan, some of those South Burlington schools are very close to being up for renewal, which may be a better path forward to fixing them up as opposed to knocking down and rebuilding them. As part of this capital priorities program, doing any renovation work is not part of the program. This is for new build, so it needs to be a completely new school as part of this program.
Merrick, Trustee O'Brien, any follow-up?
Just one follow-up. So what rating does St. Dominic's have on this scale?
Superintendent Merrick?
I'd have to look it up for you. I can put it in the chat for you in a couple minutes here if you like.
Okay, thank you. Moving down the speakers list, Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. Superintendent Merrick, just a very simple question, just for my own information. It would seem to me that logical, and I'm certainly not a builder, so you know a lot about this, a lot more than I do. But would it not, from a point of view of priority, would one not attack the rebuilds first, other than the new builds? Or maybe they can happen concurrently. Is there any project here that happens concurrently?
Superintendent Merrick?
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully understand the question, but I mean, you can apply for all of these at the same time. I mean, and we will as part of this program, pending trustee approval, of course. But if you happen to be funded for all 5 of them, you would go out and, as best you could, try and build all 5 of them at the same time. So, if you think about last round of capital priorities, we submitted 7 projects. The first 2 were funded, and we're working away at those, the Milton #9 and the Milton #3 edition as well. So you would do them concurrently if they're funded concurrently. But we're in an environment of limited resources. The provincial government will have a set amount of money to spread across kind of all the provincial priorities. To think that we would get all 5 funded at this rate might be a little ambitious, but we've historically done pretty well in getting a few of our priorities funded. And they'll look at our projects and evaluate them across the provincial context. So, and I would say as well, just because we're ranking at #1, the province may not see it that way. They'll evaluate all of the projects on the list and give it their ranking. They do take into consideration the board ranking, but we have had in other past rounds where they funded priorities 2 and 3 for us, but not funded priority #1. So they do take into consideration the board's ranking, but it is not required that they approve priority 1 for the board before priority 2 or 3.
Thank you. Trustee DeRosa, you have a follow-up?
No, I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee Antomasi. Trustee Antomasi, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My question to whoever wants to deal with it, probably Supervisory Officer Merrick. When I look at the capital priorities program priority list, I see in #1 position Georgetown West, which lists it as a replacement of the facility. Yet when I go down to #5, St. Dominic CES is also a rebuild, which would suggest to me under the definition as provided in the guidelines of the how to qualify both replacement and rebuilds. Why is it #5? Why would it not be #2? And #2, if we look at it closely, is Milton. So I don't quite understand #11 taking precedence over the rebuild simply because Milton #11 has already been approved.
Superintendent Merrick? I don't think Milton #11 is approved. I wish that it would have been approved. But Superintendent Merrick, you can answer the question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Milton #11 has not been approved. So it would be a request for a new school, Milton #11 Catholic Elementary School. And it's up to the board to decide their priority ranking here. So it's entirely up to trustees. This is the order suggested by staff. This is the order that trustees approved. I think it was back in May of 2021. But it's up to you folks to decide the ultimate order that we submit.
Thank you. Trustee Antomasi, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, so I have a point of clarification and also a second question. So my point of clarification, what I did say is I would have thought that a rebuild would have been approved. So maybe he can address that. But in the meantime, I will follow up with my second question, which speaks to the Consolidated Municipal Service Manager's input when it speaks to providing care for, sorry, I'm losing a word. The care for, so for not pre-kindergarten, childcare, sorry, childcare, that's it.
You complete your question? Are you there?
Yeah, my question is completed, Mr. Chair.
Could you just repeat the question? I did not get it.
So my question, I understand. You need to understand the question so you can deliver it to whomever. So my question is specific. It deals with, there is the Consolidated Municipal Services Manager that have input in childcare. Which of the schools in this particular list of priorities speak to childcare facilities being built?
Superintendent Merrick, Director Daly?
It's in the report.
Okay, Superintendent Merrick, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. As I spoke about in my preamble there, it's on page 3 of the report. There's a table there that shows the projects that would have childcare attached to it. It's priorities 1 to 4 there. There's the third column there, childcare. And like I mentioned, we did get approval yesterday from our CMSM, who's the region of Halton, that they would support childcares at those locations.
Thank you. Trustee Antomasi, your follow-up question?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. So as far as the child care is concerned, is that open to Catholics and non-Catholics? Yes or no?
Director Daly. Okay, Superintendent Merrick, you have the question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay, moving on to the next
I'm sorry,
question.
Mr. Chair, I did not hear the answer. Could you please?
Answer was yes. Answer was yes. Answer was yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes, the answer was yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So moving on to the next speaker, Vice Chair Agnew.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just to comment, actually, with respect to Georgetown, the #1 ranking, I too would support that. You know, anytime we have a facility that is not meeting accessibility standards, and we need to make that a first priority so that we can ensure education for all and that all of our students have equal access to that opportunity. So I would also support keeping that as #1 for a whole host of reasons, but if not, most importantly, accessibility for those students who wish to attend and making sure their needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. Trustee Murphy. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A comment and then a question. I toured the facility with Trustee O'Hearn-Chernata and Superintendent Merrick, and I think Superintendent Cordero was there, and the principal also. Very, very challenging site. The school needs extensive repairs. I think the roof alone was $1.5 million or so to fix, and that money is to upgrade a facility that does have accessibility issues, significant accessibility issues that Trustee Agnew had mentioned. You know, it's a great site for development. It's a very challenging site for a school. It's challenging times when we have certain pockets in our region that are high growth. It's very hard. So I think for a renewal project or replacement project, I think timing is as good as it's going to get for us to be able to replace this facility. So I think it's important that we as a board show it as #1 and support that replacement. So my question, Superintendent Merrick, I just wanted to confirm, I know when we were on site, we talked about some different options. Would the replacement of this school be at the property that we own in the northwest area of Georgetown?
Superintendent Merrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. The replacement facility would be at we call it the Georgetown west side of the Burton Boulevard site, which is not the same as the Holy Cross current site. The board purchased that, I think it was back in 2004, we purchased the site to build that replacement school on, but we haven't been successful in getting funding for the actual school yet. So it would be on a different site, which is kind of why it shows up as a Georgetown West / Holy Cross replacement facility, because it's not actually like a rebuild like the St. Dominic's one, which would be on the same site.
And that would also help alleviate some of the growth pressure in that neighborhood, where it would be closer for families in that area to attend that school. So that's a great idea. It's a nice site. The West Burton site is quite a nice site. Great news. Thank you for your hard work and advocating and putting all this together. I know it's quite complex. We just see a chart, but I know it's quite complex, the formulas and the approvals and requirements that you have to go to justify this. So we appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. Moving on down the speakers list, we have Trustee Yantamasi back again in the list. Trustee Yantamasi.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm back again. Thank you for noticing that. To Supervisory Officer Merrick. So a school facility operations in renewal grant. Can you please stipulate whether or not additional costs to support facility partnership are part and parcel of that particular grant?
Superintendent Merrick.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Trustee Yantamasi,
Supervisory Officer Merrick.
Can you clarify the question, Trustee Yantamasi? Can you provide some more detail?
I will. Okay, I will go slow. Perhaps I'm speaking too quickly. School facility operations or renewal grant, which the 5 chosen priorities projects are not expected to take additional costs to support facility partnership. Facility partnership would speak to childcare. So my question is, why are we including that element for the approval process, simply because it would seem to me that we'd be asking the ministry for more, which would make it more difficult to gain approvals.
Superintendent Merrick.
It's still a little confusing, but I'll take a stab at it here. We're not talking about the school operations and renewal grant here. This is the capital priorities program, which funds new builds. The school operations and renewal grant would fund renewal of facilities, and it's also enabled now to be used for some operational matters as well. This is looking at new build programs, so you're applying for new funding, not stuff that's already granted to the board through other grants. And the childcare components are actually funded separately. So government typically has a pool of money for new school builds and a pool of money for childcare builds as well. This government and past governments have also had mandates around how many new childcare spaces they want to see put in. So in contrast to what Trustee Antomasi was mentioning there, typically adding a childcare component to the project actually strengthens the case for the project, showing that you're helping them meet other needs on site and childcare needs in this case. So you're kind of combining the two projects into one and kind of strengthening your business case by doing so.
Merrick, Trustee Antomasi, a follow-up question?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So, following up on what Supervisory Officer Merrick has stated, so facility partnerships are only handled generally through the component that's added to childcare. If it's a new build and a replacement, you would still need to access renewal grants. And the renewal grants would then be what would be added to the renewal grants would be the component for facilities that are in partnership with the local municipality. So I don't see how that is different. Maybe he can address that.
Superintendent Merrick, you gave your answer. Do you have anything else to add to that?
Yeah, I can offer something, one more small little tidbit there, Mr. Chair. So through you, sir, we do also charge rent to childcare providers. And a component of that is the renewal of the building. So we charge them for operations of the building as well as renewal. So it's in their lease rates that we charge them. So there is a component there to help us, reimburse the board for the cost that it incurs by having a tenant in its building.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrick. I see no more questions. I shall now call the vote on the action item 8.1.
Mr. Chair, I believe I'm in the lineup.
I don't believe you're in line because I did not see your hand up there.
805.
I gave you a chance. You spoke at that time.
Well, I had another question. You gave others a second chance,
Okay.
so.
I shall
very
hold the
quick
vote. I shall hold the vote and give you one question and then call the vote. Trustee DeRosa, go ahead with your question.
Superintendent Merrick, is there a reason why we're not making any provisions for St. Dominic renewal for a child care center?
Superintendent Merrick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. We actually present the full list of the projects to our CMSM, who's the region of Halton, and they look at the need for childcare spaces within those locales and neighborhoods around those schools, and that is the one they, I guess they have enough providers already in that area for the demand in that area, so they would not support a project in that area.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. You have a follow-up on that question?
No, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Trustee DeRosa. I have called the vote and we are voting on action item 8.1. Trustee Guzzo.
In favor.
Trustee
Chair, can you
Antomasi.
read the motion, please?
Okay, I shall hold the vote and read the motion once again. Resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board approve the proposed ranking of capital projects for the 2022-23 Capital Priorities Program as follows. Ranking 1, Georgetown West CS Holy Cross Replacement Facility, Ranking number 2, Milton number 11, Catholic Elementary School. Number 3, North Oakville number 3, Catholic Elementary School. Number 4, Vision Georgetown number 1, Catholic Elementary School. Number 5, St. Dominic's Catholic Elementary School rebuild. Resolved that the board authorize staff to submit the board's 2022-23 capital priorities business case submission to the Ministry of Education for funding consideration as outlined in the relevant ministry memorandum. We shall now continue with the vote. Trustee Antomasi, how do you vote?
In favor for Georgetown.
Trustee Carabella?
I'm in favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanada?
I couldn't be more in favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
Trustee Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
So you have 8 in favor, motion carries. We shall now move on to item 8.2, which is an action item 2022-23 school year calendar. Superintendent Dinolfo, would you like to speak to the report, and you could read the motion yourself? Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this action report is to present the school year calendar for the 2022-23 school year, identifying the instructional days, professional development days, and holidays. In accordance with Regulation 304, the board-approved calendar must be submitted to the Ministry of Education by March 1st, 2022. The school year calendar committee took in several considerations specifically this year. One is the integration of transportation with our co-terminus board, Halton District School Board, and the request to consider scheduling a PA day to coincide with the date of the 2022 municipal election in October. Our school year calendar committee, which is comprised of representatives from CPIC, one trustee, OCSTA Elementary and Secondary, representatives from CUPE 3166 and 5000, 2 school administrators, one from elementary and one from secondary. Special thank you to Trustee Murphy for being the trustee representative on the calendar committee. There were also several meetings together with the Halton District School Board. The calendar committee met on February 9th and on January 6th to review the calendar. The school year calendar consists of 194 days. 187 of them are instructional days and 7 are for professional development from September 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, as outlined in Appendix A of this report. The proposed school year calendar was provided to trustees in a staff report on January 18th and is now being presented as an action item. Once approved, the proposed calendar will be forwarded to the Ministry of Education for final approval. The motion?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Be resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board approve the 2022-23 school year calendar as presented.
Thank you,
Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Dinolfo. Trustees, do we have questions? I have Trustee Antomasi. Trustee Antomasi, you have a question?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Trustee Antomasi. We need a mover and seconder before that, okay? My apologies. I need a mover for this motion on the school year calendar.
I'll move it. Trustee O'Brien.
Trustee O'Brien moves. I need a seconder.
I'll second.
Vice Chair Agnew seconds it. Trustee Yantomasi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me again. So the 2022 calendar year, as published by the Ministry of Education, requires us to do 195 days, yet we're showing 194 as the minimal amount days. Can you speak to that, Supervisory Officer Dinolfo?
Superintendent Dinolfo.
Through you, Chair. Trustee Antomasi, there are 2 board designated holidays from September 1st to June 30th. One is on September 2nd, and one is before the Christmas break. I believe it's December 23rd. So there's 2 holidays within that full year. And that's how we get to 194 days from September
Okay,
1st to June 30th.
Thank you. Trustee Antamasi, do you have a follow-up question?
Well, I actually have a point of clarification first. So what the Ministry of Education is publishing is 195 days. So are you saying to me that because of the September holiday and the Christmas holiday, it gets brought down to 194 days?
Superintendent Dinolfo?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. Trustee Tomasi, it's 194 days.
Thank you. Of your follow-up question? Go ahead.
So have all our bargaining units become signatory to this particular motion, accepting the 194 days along with all the development days and holidays?
Superintendent Dinolfo?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, they have. They are part of the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee Carabella. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, the topics that aren't determined yet, when will they be decided? And then will we be informed of the topics? Thank you.
Superintendent Dinolfo.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Trustee Carabella. So some of the to be determined are our board designated days for PD, and I believe those are our secondary. So we will decide as a senior staff and share that back with the trustees. We've just been provided the ministry topics, and we will be reviewing that next week and then can provide that to trustees.
Thank you.
Trustee Carabella, do you have a follow-up question?
No, thank you.
No? Okay, thank you. Moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Superintendent Dinolfo, just a point of clarification. When you say that the union was on the committee, does that mean that they have provided support to what is being requested here? The 194 days? They're on side?
Superintendent Dinolfo?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, Trustee DeRosa, they are in support of the 194 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee DeRosa, follow-up? Do you have a follow-up, Trustee DeRosa?
No, I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Seeing that we do not have more questions, I'm going to call the vote on action item 8.2 school year calendar. Trustees are ready to vote on this, or do you need me to read the motion again?
No, all good.
Okay, all good. Trustee.
Chair, I have a lingering question, please.
Is it regarding this motion?
Yeah, the topic at hand, Mr. Chair.
Is it okay? Let's ask your question.
Mr. Chair, through you, to Supervisory Officer Dinolfo, has this list been submitted to the ministry as yet?
Okay, Superintendent Dinolfo, you have an answer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Trustee Intomasi, what I presented is the proposal that then goes to the ministry. The Ministry of Education gives us a calendar. We are on a modified calendar. What's different for Halton Catholic and Halton District is the Christmas holiday, where the ministry had it set. We've proposed to have it 1 week later into January, but we have the correct number of days, and this is what will be presented to the Ministry of Education with the board approval.
Thank you, Superintendent Dinolfo. So I've called a vote.
I have a second question, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Antamasi, I think I have called a vote. I've given you an extra question, and we are moving on.
To give me a follow-up, Mr. Chair.
I've called a vote, Trustee Antamasi. Let's move on. We have a lot of business to cover this evening. Trustee Antamasi, how do you vote?
Against, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien? In favor. Trustee Uhanchanada?
In favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastriammer, are you there? Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
I'm in favor, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
So we have 7 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion carries. We shall now move on to the next item, 8.3. Appointment, next action item 8.3, appointment of representatives to the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association, OCSTA Board of Directors. Boards are required to submit in March the appointment of their representatives to the OCSTA Board of Directors. We will now proceed with the process to appoint a Region 13 representative to the OCSTA Board of Directors. Should a vote by ballot become necessary, Superintendent Lofts will act as a scrutinizer while Director Daly will tabulate the ballots. Trustees present at the meeting by electronic means and who choose to vote may, at the time votes are being cast his or her vote by means of a private telephone conversation by email with the scrutinizer, which is Superintendent Lofts, who shall make the vote on a paper ballot in the same form and manner as though the ballots had been marked in person by the voter, and the ballots shall be included with other ballots to be counted. The ballots cast electronically in this manner are subject to the same obligations of confidentiality on the part of the scrutinizer as those cast by voters physically present at the meeting. A nomination motion for the position of Region 13 representatives to the OCSTA Board of Directors must be moved and seconded. At this point in time, I'm going to ask for nominations to come forward. So we have Trustee DeRosa's hand up there. Trustee DeRosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to nominate Trustee Yantomasi.
Okay, you nominate Trustee Yantomasi. Moved by Trustee DeRosa, seconded by, I need a seconder.
Carabella.
Trustee Carabella, seconds. Trustee Yantomasi, do you accept the nomination for the position of Regional 13 representatives to the OCSTA Board of Directors?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I shall now ask for other nominations. Are there any other nominations? Trustee Murphy, I see your hand up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I nominate Trustee O'Hearn Chernata.
Trustee O'Hearn Chernata.
I second it.
Moved by Trustee Murphy. Seconded by?
I second it.
Vice Chair Agnew. Trustee O'Hearn Chernata, do you accept the nomination for the position of Region 13 representative to the OCSTA Board of Directors?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I humbly accept the nomination.
Thank you, Trustee O'Hearn Chernata. Are there any other nominations for the position of OCSTA Director? Helena, Trustee Carabella, your hand was for seconding the nomination of Trustee Yantomasi, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask another time. Are there any other nominations for the position of representative to the OCSTA Region 13 Board of Directors? And I'm going to ask a third time. Are there any other nominations for the position of Region 13 representatives to the OCSTA Board of Directors? Seeing none, I would now like to give each nominee an opportunity, if they wish to say a few words, and allow trustees to ask any questions of the candidates prior to a vote. So I'll go in the same order that we have received. Trustee Yantomasi. Trustee Yantomasi, you have a few minutes to give a few words, to say a few words. Trustee Yantomasi.
Mr. Chair, can you spell out exactly how many minutes that is?
Few minutes. I'll leave that to you. Go ahead. You have the floor.
What is few? 3, 5, 10?
I'll withdraw and give you the floor. Go ahead.
3. Well, I'll only need 30 seconds. So I've held the position for the last.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. I thank Vice Chair Agnew for giving me the floor as well. Insofar as the position of Director on OCSTA, in case not everybody knows, it's representative of what is taking place in Ontario amongst the school board. Essentially, we collect all the information that comes from each and every board, Catholic board that is, and we assemble it, after which we deliberate and make decisions that are of advantage to all of our Catholic school boards. In my role as director and representing Halton Catholic School Board, my role is to ensure that the information flows from OCSTA to the chair of the board, along with the director of education, whose role it is to disseminate it to all trustees. I've held that position for 2 years. I feel comfortable with all the issues, this being 2022 and a bargaining year. The bargaining refers to all the central bargaining agreements that are coming up for all the members of Halton Catholic District School Board's participants. As such, I think I've both represented our board and Catholic education in an advocacy matter and with a focus on Catholicity. As such, I hope that you find it within you to support me in receiving my second term as director of OCSTA.
Thank you, Trustee Antamasi. I'm going to give the same number of minutes to Trustee Owen Janota. Trustee Owen Janota, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, and to my fellow trustees, and I appreciate and humbly accept the nomination and seconder and the respect that you have to put me in this vote. I am willing to put in my energy and my time to be a conduit between our board as a representative at OCSTA and to ensure the flow of communication goes both ways, from our board to OCSTA, and the information and suggestions that come from OCSTA to our board. I will put in all my time and energy. Anything I've done in my life, when I've decided to do it, I put everything I've got into it. So I hope that you will vote for me. I will represent you to the best of my ability and support Catholic education along with OCSTA and our board. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Owen Janota. Trustees will now proceed to vote by secret ballot on the resolution for appointment of the position of Regional 13 representative to the OCSTA Board of Directors. The secretary shall act as election returning officer. He shall announce the results of the ballot by declaring the name of the members appointed. If there is a tie, the candidate shall draw lots. Over to trustees. You have the email of Superintendent Lofts, or you can call him. And yep, email is preferred. So, thank you,
Mr. Chair, can you clarify, is Supervisory Officer Kroll contacting us, or are we contacting him?
You have to email Superintendent Lofts, and Director Daly will tabulate the ballots. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I wish to be called by Supervisory Officer Kroll. Thank you.
Okay. The scrutineer is Superintendent Lofts. So can Superintendent Lofts contact him? Okay, so Superintendent Lofts shall be calling you shortly. and the rest of the trustees can email Superintendent Luft. Thank you. We shall be off for a few minutes. Director Daly.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Trustee O'Hearn Jernota has been appointed Regional 13 representative for OCSTA Board of Directors.
Thank you, Director Daly, and congratulations to Trustee O'Hearn Jernota. Well done. We shall now have to take a vote on the motion in front of us. Resolved, I shall read the motion. Resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board appoint Trustee O'Hearn Jernota as the Regional 13 representative to the OCSTA Board of Directors for the 2-year term, April 2022 to April 2024. We need a mover.
I move it.
Trustee O'Brien moves. We need a seconder.
I'll second.
Vice Chair Agnew. I shall now take it to a recorded vote. Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee O'Hearn Jernota?
I'm in favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa?
Oh, sorry. That was me, Trustee Tokiwa.
Okay. Trustee Mastrihammer? Okay, that's fine. She may not be there. Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Trustee Antomasi?
In favor, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
So we have 8 in favor, motion carries. We shall now move on to the next order of business, which is policies. Item 8.4, policy I-47, information security. Trustee Guzzo, can you read the motion?
I can. Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Be it resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board accept the recommendation of the Policy Committee that policy I-47, information security, be approved at first reading.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. I need a seconder for that.
I'll second.
Vice Chair Agnew. Is there any discussion on this motion, on this policy? Trustee Yantomasi, you have your hand up there.
I do, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
My question goes to Mark. My question stems from the policy meeting whereby I asked and you stated that you follow what is handed down by the Ministry of Education insofar as what is required of this particular policy. Is that correct?
What's Mark's definition?
Yeah, and through you.
Hold on, Mark.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Mark.
And through you, Mr. Chair, Trustee Antomasi, yes.
Trustee Antomasi, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So if I understand your answer, you're saying that all the boards in Ontario, whether it be Catholics or public, receive the same direction, or excuse me, policy directives as what we receive. Is that correct?
That is correct. And through you, Mr. Chair, Trustee Antomasi, that is correct.
By the way, Mark is a manager, privacy information management. Trustee Antomasi, do you have a follow-up question? I think I gave you a follow-up.
I've already had my follow-up, Mr. Chair. I'll put my hand up again.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Antomasi. Moving on down the speakers list, I have Trustee O'Brien. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I am going to support the next stage of this policy. I'm still a little bit concerned with the fact that if you are a trustee, you must, look at the word must, conduct your work on authorized application systems. Trustees sometimes do need to do the work using personal emails, so I'm just wondering now if that's going to be compromised. I just put it out there, but I am going to answer this. It's just on my mind, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Trustee O'Brien, do you have any person you want to address this to, or was it a general comment?
General comment.
Okay, thank you. Moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee Yantamasi. Trustee Yantamasi?
Oh, thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chair. So to Mark, to you again. So you've stated to us that we follow, that is HCDSB, under your direction in your portfolio, we follow ministry guidelines as handed to them through policy to us. Is that correct? Again?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I believe I've answered that question.
Yeah, I just need you to verify that. Thank you.
Oh, I already answered it.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. I think I heard the answer to the question and you heard it too, so it's verified.
I just want to make sure. All right, yep. So Mark, why? So I've had opportunity to check both our public boards along with our Catholic boards. And I can tell you firsthand that our policy is incomplete when I compare it to other boards. It's again, Catholic and public. So can you tell me why would their policies be different than ours if we are getting the same policy and directives from the Ministry of Education and other overarching departments?
I will pass this question to Director Daly.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I can start. Trustee Yantamasi, knowing policies in various boards, would recognize that although direction may come from a specific ministry, whether it's a Ministry of Education or other ministries, the policies set overarching parameters. Different boards may implement them in different ways. Ultimately, what the ministry or ministries would be looking for is how the directions actually carried out, and that would fall in the procedures that would be attached to a new policy.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. Do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, to Secretary Daly and Mark, that would be misleading, and I'll tell you the reason why. Protocols refer to law. Law is specific to a policy. Law gives guidelines and parameters to a particular policy. When I look at policies from Toronto Public, Toronto Catholic, your Catholic Public, Waterloo Catholic and Public, I can tell you there are different protocols within that particular policy. I would ask my colleagues and Secretary that we refer this particular matter back to policy to be more inclusive insofar as the protocols / law that governs this particular policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. That is your personal view about what you just said. I don't believe it's misleading. It's not correct to make that statement without evidence. Okay, so what I'm hearing from you right now is you are trying to refer this back to policy. Is that correct?
That is correct. Refer back to policy, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I need you move. Trustee Yantamasi moves that.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Trustee O'Brien, what state your point of order?
It's my understanding that this policy is going back to policy anyway.
Yes, you're correct, Trustee O'Brien. Your point of order is well received. But Trustee Yantamasi is asking to send it to policy right away at this point in time. So, so that's his requirement. So I need a seconder for that, and we'll take a vote.
Carabella will second.
Okay, Trustee Carabella, hold on. I need to make a few notes here. So Trustee Yantamasi moves that we refer this particular policy back to policy. And this is moved by trustee Yantamasi, seconded by trustee Carabella.
Point of privilege, Mr. Chair.
Yes, trustee O'Brien.
Question, and through you, Mr. Chair, probably to our chair policy, if this goes back to policy, right now, will that be the same going back as it normally would have gone?
So trustee O'Brien, that is not a point of privilege. So that's a question.
It is a question.
So you classify that as a question.
All right.
Okay. So I shall direct your question to the chair of policy, trustee Guzzo, if you so wish to answer. Trustee Guzzo.
Yes, thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Because it's at its first reading, it does come back to policy. So it will go out to for stakeholders. It will go out as its first reading, and it will be coming back to policy regardless. So it seems like the motion really is doing what is already going to happen anyways, the process that will happen. This has to go through 3 readings unless the board agrees to have the second and third reading read together.
Thank you, trustee Guzzo. Trustee O'Brien, is that clear now?
Almost. So my question is it going to go back twice? Because it's got to go through.
That's the way the motion is written. It's asked to go back right away after this board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, trustee O'Brien. Okay, so I shall now call the board.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification.
Yes.
If this is referred back to policy directly as per the motion on the table, it would not have gone through first reading. It'll have to come back as first reading. I just wanted to make sure that I'm correct in making that statement and make sure all the trustees understand that.
You're correct. You're correct.
Mr. Chair, point of order, that is incorrect. First reading has already taken place because it's brought up to the board.
Trustee Yantamasi, you do not have the floor. Your hand is not up. You do not have the floor.
I do not need a hand up.
You do not have the floor. So I shall go back to trustee Guzzo, who heads policy. Trustee Guzzo, can you provide some more context to this? The way it is right now, the policy has come from policy to here. It will go out for first reading. The way the motion is written is sending it back to policy without going out. Can you, is this the way you understand it?
So currently, right now, the motion that is on the table, this would be considered the first reading. If he is putting a motion to refer it back to policy, that means that this motion doesn't pass and that it gets referred back to policy because that motion actually I don't want to say trumps, but comes before in order of this motion, which means then it would not be read as the first reading.
Perfect. Correct. Thank you. So trustee Yantamasi has put a motion on the floor to move it back to policy, and it's seconded by trustee Carabella. Okay, so I'm going to take it to a recorded vote. Trustee O'Brien.
Point of order, can we speak to it?
Yes, you can speak to it. Trustee Carabella, I'm sorry, I should have given a chance for discussion. Trustee Carabella, your hand is up. Okay, yeah,
yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I did have my hand up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Why I'm supporting it going back to the policy meeting with a more fulsome input. Maybe we can see the other policies that trustee Yantamasi was referring to. And if we can flesh it out a bit more, I just think it could be better that when it goes out to the public, it goes out after first reading with as much information as possible to give people better understanding. So I would be voting in favor of bringing it back to policy for just another look and with comparing to some existing policies from other boards. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Carabella. I just want to check whether you're allowed to speak to a deferral. I'm looking at the bylaws. Parliamentarian Kapoor is there. Parliamentarian Kapoor, can I ask you a question rather than me looking through the bylaws? This is a motion to refer. This is a motion to refer it back to policy. Do we have a discussion here or do we just take a vote?
I do not see any I do not, and according to 10.9 and 10.16, there's nothing to say that it is not debatable. So the default would be that it is debatable.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So I do not have any speakers on the list, so I'll call the, I'll ask Trustee Yantomasi if he wants to close the discussion. Trustee Yantomasi?
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order before I can address this question.
Can you state your point of order?
Yes, my point of order stems from the fact that once a policy gets vetted, first of all, this is an amendment to an original policy, which means that policy has already referred it to the board. So it has received both a first, it has received its first reading.
I have to stop you there.
We are now passing.
I have to stop you there, Trustee Yantomasi, because I did not hear your point of order, the parliamentary procedure that we have broken. If you do not have a policy that you have,
can you please tell me what I broke?
You have not stated a bylaw or a policy or parliamentary process that has been broken. You are talking about a question. Is it a question or is it a point of order? Trustee Yantomasi, is this a question or is this a point of order?
Mr. Chair, I would like for you to maybe spell out for the board what is a point of order, because it seems to me you and I are on different, we're on different networks here.
I'll be happy to explain the point of order again, and I've sent it out to trustees multiple times. I've sent it by email multiple times. Unfortunately, some people are not reading. So I'm stating once again the point of order, and I hope you get it at this point in time. A point of order is used by a member who believes that the rules of the assemblies are being violated. It is a request for the chair to make a ruling and enforce the rules. Because it interrupts the member, the chair must be cautious and it is not used inappropriately. This is what's happening out here. To reinforce its proper purpose, the chair may ask the member what rule is being broken, which I've been asking. A member who believes that another person has stated something factually incorrect is not a point of order, it's debate. That's what you're getting at. I've sent this out to trustees multiple points in time. We are not using our points of orders correctly. So I've sent this out to you. I can ask Vice Chair to send it again to you so that you understand. If a member disagrees with the ruling on a point of order, I'm not finished, Trustee Yantomasi. If a member disagrees with the ruling of the chair, the recourse is to appeal the chair's ruling. No member can criticize the chair's ruling except by raising an appeal. So when I say you do not, your point of order is not in order, there's no discussion and debate. You will either appeal it or accept it. Okay?
Mr. Chair,
Thank you. You do not have the floor.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
You do not have the floor at this point in time.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Trustee Yantomasi, you do not have the floor. Vice Chair Agnew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to highlight that bylaw 10.8 this evening keeps being broken, and we have brought this up many, many times. 10.8 refers to interruption. No member shall be interrupted while speaking except to be called to order by a member on a matter of privilege or a point of order. It is continuously happening this evening, and I would ask that that not continue to happen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. So I have explained for the benefit of all trustees what a point of order is and when it should be used. Moving forward, you shall be very clear about when you're using it. I shall consider that an interruption and a violation of 10.8. Okay? So we are moving on right now. Trustee Yantomasi, you do not have the floor. You do not have the floor right now. I shall give you the floor when I'm ready. Trustee Yantomasi, you have the floor to close discussions on your amendment to the motion to refer this back to policy. Go ahead, Trustee Yantomasi. You have 3 minutes. 1 second, hold on. You have 3 minutes. Your time starts now. Go ahead,
I don't
Trustee
need 3
Antamasi.
minutes. Mr. Chair, in order for policy to refer a matter to the board, it requires first reading. Since this particular motion has been referred to the board, it has achieved first reading. Having said that, in light of the fact that I brought inaccuracies to this particular policy as provided to us by staff, I ask that this matter be referred back to policy so that we may compare the body of this particular policy, both from a protocol and a procedure, so that we're in keeping with what's being handed down from the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education provides to all boards the same notices of policy. In providing those notices of policy, they stipulate what should be included in those policies. This particular board, because of the majority of trustees, seem to think that protocols are not important. Protocols referred to in a policy.
Trustee Antamasi, stop. There's a point of order.
Mr. Chair, that comment is out of line.
Trustee,
conduct.
Trustee Antamasi, I'm going to ask you to retract the statement that most trustees do not follow protocol. It is incorrect.
Well,
it is incorrect.
No, I will not retract that, Mr. Chair. So please charge me.
Please consider this. Please consider
whatever you want.
Trustee Antamasi, I'm going to now issue you warning number 1. You are you have violated the code of conduct. Okay, and if you want a section, I'll point out to you right now.
The code of conduct that I violated.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
No.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Trustee.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order. Is this
okay?
Is this point of order, Mr. Chair?
Trustee O'Brien. State your point.
It's a code of conduct violation. It really is a separate issue and should be dealt with at another time. I think we don't really have a method of bringing a member of the code of conduct to the board at present anyway. I don't believe that it's germane to the subject. I think Trustee Master should be allowed to finish his speech and take it to a vote.
Okay, Trustee O'Brien, you are correct with the disposition of a code of conduct, but I'm going to ask Trustee Antamasi to hold on 1 second while I look at the code of conduct policy. Antamasi, we have bylaw number 10.7, which we are going to implement right now. It talks about code of conduct. Having been recognized to speak, the member shall respect the board's code of conduct. With this, I'm going to issue you warning number 1 for the evening. Okay, you have refused to retract the statement you made and the allegations you made against trustees. That is very serious.
Then charge me, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Antamasi, you will now, I've issued you warning number 1. You will continue with your discussion, with your closing remarks.
My closing stemmed from the fact that reading number 1 has taken place. This matter has been referred to the board for passage. I have put forward a motion to refer back to policy so as to ensure that this particular matter meets all the protocols. Protocols refer to law that is overarching law that governs this particular policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Antomasi. Trustee, I shall now take this to a recorded vote. So we are voting on the motion to refer back to policy. Moved by Trustee Antomasi, seconded by Trustee Carabella. Trustee O'Brien, how do you vote?
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanota.
Opposed.
Trustee Bowie.
Opposed.
Trustee Mastrihammer.
Opposed.
Trustee Tokiwa.
Opposed.
Vice Chair Agnew.
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa.
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo.
Opposed.
Trustee Antomasi.
I'm in favor, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
Opposed.
And Trustee Duarte is opposed. It is 4 in favor, 5 opposed. The motion to refer fails. We are back to the motion on policy I-47, information security, moved by Trustee Guzzo and seconded by Vice Chair Agnew. There are no speakers on the list, and I shall now call the vote on policy I-47. Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanota.
I'm in favor.
Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer.
In favor.
Tokiwa.
In favor.
Trustee Vice Chair Agnew.
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa.
I'm opposed.
Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo. Was it in favor? You cut off. Trustee Guzzo.
You not hear me?
You're breaking up. I
In favor.
cannot. Okay, thank you. Trustee Antomasi.
In favor, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella.
Opposed.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
So it is 6 in favor, 2 opposed. The motion carries. Policy will move on to first reading, second reading, second reading.
Mr. Chair, can you please correct that? I was
Stakeholder
opposed.
feedback. We are now moving on to policy I-39, item number 8.5, policy I-39, progressive discipline and safety in schools. Trustee Guzzo, can you please read the motion?
Yes, thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Be it resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board accept the recommendation of the Policy Committee that policy II-39, progressive discipline and safety in schools, be approved.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. Can I have a seconder for this policy?
Seconded O'Brien.
Trustee O'Brien seconds it. I shall now open up the floor for discussion. I see Trustee Antomasi's hand up. Trustee Antomasi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this particular policy, II-39, progressive discipline and safety protocols in school. My question goes to Supervisory Officer Cordero. Supervisory Officer Cordero, I see in this particular policy, and I draw your attention to the last page just before the motion. Can you please speak to me about or inform the board reporting of violent incidences? So it says HCDSB will collect and analyze data on the nature of violent incidents, suspension and expulsions, to support the development of HCDSB policies and to inform HCDSB and school improvement plans. Can you please provide me with what legislation we're following when we collect and disseminate information, and what are we curtailed by insofar as what information we can disclose under different circumstances? For instance.
So Trustee
Am I allowed to
Yantamasi.
finish, Mr. Chair?
Oh, I thought you finished. I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish it. Finish your statement.
So the board is required to disclose certain amount of information it collects. The information it collects as part of a disclosure, it may require parental approval. It may require other governing bodies' approval. And the reason I say that is when we have children that are under the CYS, they would require, which have ownership of the children in our care, they would require to have input. Can you please speak to that?
So Trustee Yantamasi, let me set the record straight for this meeting. You will address the chair and the chair will decide who's going to answer that question. But you will not address the superintendent directly. Okay, so I'm setting the record straight for you and for all other trustees tonight. So in this particular case, I'm forwarding the question to Superintendent Cordero. If you have an answer, Superintendent Cordero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Trustee Yantamasi. So reporting violent incidents to the Ministry of Education falls under PPM 120. Violent incidents, when they take place, are recorded through our Power School software system, which is connected to ONSYS. And then ONSYS reports directly to the Ministry of Education. There is a separate incident reporting system that goes through Human Resources, which is our Safe Schools incident reporting system through KICS. And that also goes through Human Resources to the Ministry of Education. The guidelines that support this process and the mandates are through PPM 120.
Trustee Yantamasi, do you have a follow-up question?
I do. So which guidelines are we using, and where in the policy does it address who has the governing authority of which information we collect and subsequently we disclose to third parties, whether it be the police, whether it be the Ministry of Education, because ADR has a say in it. And I don't see any reference in your policy whereby you delineate the reporting cycle and or the information that can be shared and or the information that cannot be shared.
Thank you, Superintendent Cordero. It's the policy of the board. It's not your policy. I understand that, but you can talk to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Trustee Yantamasi. We do not share violent incident reporting data with third parties. All incident reporting goes directly through our IT systems to the Ministry of Education. There is no third party sharing, and that information goes directly to them.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Trustee Yantamasi.
Superintendent Cordero, when I refer to third party, I'm referring to the police. I'm referring to the Child and Youth and Family Services. That's the people that I'm referring to when I speak to third party, because these particular entities, well, the CYFS has governance over individual students, And then when we submit information to the police, we can submit information, but the information we submit is controlled.
Once again, Trustee Antamasi, I'm going to remind you, you will address the chair and chair only. Okay? I think some trustees are forgetting that. So, Superintendent Cordero, do you have an answer to this, or do you not wish to answer this question?
I'll wish to do my best effort. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Trustee Antamasi. So, when reporting any incidents or any matters that require police investigation, as per our police, school board, and private school protocols, we only share what is under the jurisdiction of those protocols. We do not share any violent incident information outside of those police school board protocols. And again, that is legislated by the Attorney General's office and the Ministry of Education.
Thank you, Superintendent Cordero. I'll give Trustee Antamasi one more follow-up, and then I shall call the vote. Trustee Antamasi, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So, data collection and sharing is not governed by the Ministry of Education, nor is it governed by anyone else other than the ARDS. As such, what information are we able to share? Because not all information is shared. So my question to you again is, what are the protocols that you're referring to that we follow as a board when we disseminate information about a student that's being expelled, suspended, so on and so forth? Thank you.
Superintendent Cordero.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and to Trustee Antamasi, any communications that are done in terms of to the Ministry of Education go through our KICS forms and our ONSIS reporting. We do not share any information about suspensions or expulsions with any third parties unless they go through our privacy management office, and then that office will follow its protocols, its mandates, and determine whether that information is shared or not. Otherwise, that information is not shared.
Thank you, Trustee Superintendent Cordero.
Mr. Chair, please.
You have a point of clarification?
It's important.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
So, under compassionate grounds, what information can you share under the ADRS protocols?
Superintendent.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes, Trustee O'Brien, can you state a point of order?
That is a point of clarification on the point of Trustee Antamasi, and my hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Your point is well taken. I shall now move to Trustee O'Brien. You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, could you please take the vote?
Okay, as I stated, I'm going to call the vote, and I shall now call the vote. Thank you, Superintendent Cordero. We are now, trustees, we are voting on policy I-39, progressive discipline and safety in school, moved by Trustee Guzzo, seconded by Trustee O'Brien. Trustee Ohan Chanota, how do you vote?
I'm in favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiba?
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
Favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Trustee Antamasi?
Against, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella?
Opposed.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
We have 6 in favor, 2 opposed. The motion carries. The policy passes. We shall now move on to the next policy, policy II-42, medical conditions. Trustee Guzzo, can you please read the motion?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. It resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board accept the recommendation of the policy committee that policy II-42 medical conditions be approved.
Thank you. Moved by Trustee Guzzo. I need a seconder for this.
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Agnew. Is there any discussion on this? I see Trustee Antomasi's hand up. Trustee Antomasi, you have the floor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, whoever wishes to address this particular question. So my question is the same question I asked in policy. How does COVID-19 procedures and protocols affect medical conditions?
So I shall forward this to Superintendent Bakaich. Superintendent Bakaich.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Trustee Antomasi. Trustee Antomasi, this policy and the associated procedures are in place to support the students with prevalent medical conditions as per the PPM 161, supporting children and students with prevalent medical conditions. The policy deals with the conditions, and COVID protocols are followed in addition to and or in tandem with medical conditions protocols.
Thank you, Superintendent Bakaich. Trustee Antomasi, do you have a follow-up question?
I do, Mr. Chair. Through you again, whoever you wish to send this particular question. So the PPM Supervisory Officer Bakaich is referring to has not been updated to include COVID-19, and the ministry has suggested through a directive to boards that suggests that we should have a policy that governs COVID-19. Our board has chosen not to develop that particular policy, which if developed would then speak to medical conditions, because the protocols under medical conditions would then change. I ask Supervisory Officer Bakaich to address that. Thank you.
Superintendent.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Guzzo, can you state a point of order?
Yes, the question, the policy that Trustee Antomasi is referring to is not germane to this conversation. We've had this, we addressed this policy as well.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. We did discuss this in policy. Your point of order is well accepted. We shall now, we do not have any other speakers on the speakers list, so I shall call the vote. Vice Chair Agnew.
I'm in favor.
Trustee DeRosa.
I'm opposed.
Trustee Guzzo.
Okay.
Trustee Antomasi.
I am opposed, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanada.
In favor.
Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer.
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa.
In favor.
Policy IV-06, school sites and facilities. Trustee Guzzo, can you please read the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it resolved that the Halton Catholic District School Board accept the recommendation of the policy committee that policy IV-06, school sites and facilities criteria, be approved.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. Can I have a seconder for this motion?
O'Brien.
We have trustee O'Brien seconds it. Is there any discussion? I see trustee Yantamas. No, there's no trustees lined up, so I shall call the vote on policy IB-06, moved by trustee Guzzo, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo? Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Trustee Antamasi?
Against, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanada?
In favor?
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
We have 7 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion carries. We are now moving on to policy V-04, school fundraising activities. Trustee Guzzo, can you please read the motion?
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Be it resolved that the Halton Catholic School Board accept the recommendation of the policy committee that policy V-04 school fundraising activities be approved.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. Can I have a seconder for this motion, this policy motion?
Trustee Agnew?
Vice Chair Agnew seconds it. Discussion? Seeing none. Okay, Trustee Carabella, you have, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to add, I have 2 amendments. So I'll just start with 1. So I'd like to add this as an amendment under the principles as the first bullet under principles.
Can we scroll
The
down
Halton Catholic District School. Thank you. I can send the amendment to Rosie.
Yes, please, if you can.
Okay, so the amendment is the Halton Catholic District School Board recognizes that our school community exists to foster and exemplify Catholic values centered on the person of Jesus Christ. So it would be the first bullet.
Got it. The bullet, Trustee Carabella?
The first bullet under the principles, I imagine it could go there.
Oh yeah, so let me check the email. Give me a second.
I sent it to.
Yes. I'm going to copy and paste this in the chat box, okay?
Okay. Oh, please send to Andrea. Sorry. Should I add Andrea on it? Resend it to Andrea?
Yeah, Miss Linden, yes. It's not going in the chat box for some reason. Miss Linden, can you see that?
Okay, I sent it to Andrea.
Okay. It's not going in my chat box for some reason. Oh yeah. Okay, so we have the amendment. So that's the first bullet to be added, Trustee Carabella?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so do we have a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
We have Trustee DeRosa. Seconds it. Okay, Trustee Carabella, you have, you can open up the discussion. You have, I believe, 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. This will be very brief. I think that, what we've been doing is adding faith statements to policies. And I think that all our policies need a faith statement. And this one that I chose is actually one we already have. I didn't make it up. It's in policy III-11, our hiring and promotion policy, academic and non-academic personnel. So it's the same faith statement we have there. And I think that, you know, the Catholic faith is our reason for being, and it gives direction to all we do. And this amendment gives clarity of purpose that then guides us and our students and our staff and all stakeholders. And as this, you know, faith statement is in other policies, I hope that we can add it here.
Okay.
Where it's needed. It's a policy of fundraising. It's a lot of community involvement. And it's good that we have this guiding principle of our faith statement.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Carabella. I shall now open up the floor to discussion. Trustees have questions on this?
Mr. Chair, has it been seconded?
Yes, yes. It is seconded by Trustee
Sorry,
Rose.
I didn't. Yeah, I got disconnected. Thank you.
So just to clarify, Trustee Carabella, so this will be the first bullet and then the other bullets will continue? I'm just trying to understand clearly.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have another amendment, but
Hold on,
it's
let's
it's better to do one at a time. Yes, thank you. It's a different, it would be a completely separate bullet. Thank you.
Okay, so we have it up on our screen. So there are no speakers to this. So Trustee Carabella, you get to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope that we recognize that we need a faith statement in this policy. In my mind, I figured it would be the first bullet, not there as the fourth one, but
okay,
yeah,
being moved.
And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so I shall now take it to a recorded vote. Trustee Guzzo. Oh, sorry.
Opposed.
Okay, I didn't see that. You have your hand up there. Was it for a question?
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. You
Okay.
called the vote. Opposed.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Antomasi?
I am in favor, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella?
I'm in favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanode?
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew?
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
Opposed.
Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
So we have 6 in favor, 2 opposed. The amendment 1 carries. So Trustee Carabella, you said you had a second amendment. Can you present it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did send out the second amendment to Mrs. Swindon. So the second amendment would, I imagined it on as the fourth bullet here, and it would read, in keeping with the teachings of the Catholic faith on the sacredness of life, school and/or board fundraising efforts may not be directed to any registered charity or nonprofit, including subsidiaries, affiliates, and associates, where the donation will support advocacy, programs, financing, or material support for abortion, euthanasia, or human embryonic stem cell research.
Sent by email?
I sent it to Andrea Swindon by email, and you and Rosie as well.
Okay, so while this is being worked on, let me ask for a seconder. Do we have a seconder for this amendment 2?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Yantomasi, seconds. Okay. So, okay, so Trustee Carabella, you see that on your screen?
Yes, that's right. In keeping,
Is that
yeah.
correct? Is it
Yes.
correct? Okay, you get,
School. Mhm.
yeah. Is it the fourth bullet or the fifth bullet? Ms. Linden was asking
No,
a
that's
question.
perfect. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So it becomes the fifth one. Yeah.
Okay.
I think
So
that
you get to open up discussion on this amendment too. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. So I will begin speaking to this amendment with a quote from Pope Francis in his address to the participants of the International Federation of Catholic Medical Associations. He said, every child who, rather than being born, is condemned unjustly to being aborted, bears the face of Jesus Christ, bears the face of the Lord, who even before he was born and then just after his birth, experienced the world's rejection. And every elderly person, even if he is ill or at the end of his days, bears the face of Jesus, bears the face of Christ. They cannot be discarded, as the culture of waste suggests. I'm adding this amendment because as a Catholic school board, we need to be very clear that we uphold the sacredness of life. The sacredness of life in all its stages, from conception to natural death. This is truly upholding human dignity. We do a lot of fundraising for charities and nonprofits through our schools, and this is wonderful, a wonderful expression of solidarity with our community. And it is good that we choose the charities that are coherent with our faith. If we say we uphold the tenet of the Catholic faith on sacredness of life, we need to make sure that we are not giving money, not even $1, to any charity or nonprofit that does not uphold the sacredness of life. If we did, then we would be in danger of funding promoting evil actions. Here is an analogy. A charity or nonprofit is like a house. It's an entity. It looks great. You walk in the front door and there's nice rooms on the main floor. Each room is a wonderful activity they do. But as you travel further on, there is a room in the back or a room in the basement where evil is being done. A baby aborted, an elderly person euthanized through assisted suicide, or a baby in its embryonic stage being experimented on and dying. When we find this information out, when we become aware, then as a Catholic school board, we can no longer support that charity financially, as there is a potential there to be materially cooperating with evil. I hope that none of the funds raised through fundraising at HCDSB schools go to these places, but to be sure, we need this amendment in the policy to be clear and give clear direction for all the amazing fundraising that goes on through our schools. Pope Francis also spoke to the Italian Catholic Physicians Association, saying, "The predominant school of thought sometimes leads to false compassion, which holds that it is a benefit to women to promote abortion, an act of dignity to perform euthanasia, a scientific breakthrough to produce a child, considered as a right rather than a gift to be welcomed, or to using human lives as laboratory animals, allegedly in order to save others." In this quote, Pope Francis specifically singles out not just abortion and euthanasia as being wrong and to be opposed, but also the last part when he talks about using human lives as laboratory animals, allegedly in order to save others, in which he condemns human embryonic stem cell research. All life is beautiful. It is wrong to kill a human person. It is wrong to prevent human life from being born. It is wrong to experiment on a human person in their earliest stage of development. And it is wrong to assist a vulnerable or sick elderly person with suicide. It is for these important reasons that I am amending this policy to include this statement as a guiding principle. I hope that my fellow Catholic trustees will vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Carabella. I shall now open up the floor for discussion. On the speakers list, we have Trustee Bowie. Trustee Bowie, you have the floor.
I do believe that Trustee O'Brien was perhaps ahead of me.
Hold on 1 second. What went wrong here?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I was first in line.
Okay, so let me redo my speakers list here. So we have Trustee Guzzo, we have Trustee O'Brien, and then we have Trustee Bowie. So Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I will never, ever, ever, ever agree to an amendment like this. First and foremost, this is about our school community, and it is written that way so that our school communities decide. We give it arm's length. We are elected to do what's right for our school communities, and they get to decide what they do. We don't work for ourselves. This isn't personal. And quite frankly, I am quite disappointed that this is the appearance that this was done specifically here at the board meeting and not at policy to grandstand. And it is extremely disappointing. And I would never, ever support anything like this. Thank you.
Moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee O'Brien. Trustee O'Brien?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Comment, not a question. I can see Trustee Carabella's intent in this amendment. I'm thinking of our vision statement that we are a board which is distinctly Catholic. It is a little more restrictive amendment than I would have preferred, but I will support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee Bowie. Trustee Bowie?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and through you. A matter that resembled this was brought to the board, I believe, 5 years ago, when the student trustees at the time emphatically expressed that students were not happy with the board for making a decision that vaguely resembled what is on the board table today. And I'm here to tell you that the student position has not changed. An amendment like this, while I see where Trustee Carabella is coming from, and I see her intent, and I appreciate it in this amendment, is not something that students will support. Unfortunately, I, like many students, know those close to me and know those close to many in our community, such as those who are suffering from diseases such as cancer and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, who benefit, whose lives might be preserved and saved by human embryonic stem cell research, which is in fact more broad than simply embryos that have been aborted or in any such case. It's a little bit more broad than as perhaps portrayed by Trustee Carabella here. And unfortunately, this is something that, in my definition as a Catholic student, as someone who's grown up in the HCDSB, that I cannot stand for, because the sacredness of life applies to all members of our community. And there are so many charitable organizations that do such good work who would be excluded under this policy. So unfortunately, I would say that myself and on behalf of a lot of our students, we cannot support this motion and we will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Bowie. Reminder to trustees, please do not put in anything in the chat box. The chat box is only for your hand up. Okay, just a reminder. Moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. The spirit of this motion is I believe is in putting forward the importance of preserving life for Catholics. As a Catholic myself, I find the actual wording of this motion somewhat restrictive, and with all due respect to my colleague, it's too black and white. As a moderate in many circumstances, I believe that we are called to make compromises in life because of exceptional situations. And for that reason, I struggle with the fact that as a Catholic and also as a human being, I believe strongly in the preservation of life. And this is a similar position I have taken on prior issues that have come to the board with respect to euthanasia and others, which I can't remember right now. But it speaks to the core of my own being with respect to where I sit in life and my life experience. I believe that life will confront you with situations that are difficult decisions where compromises sometimes, although one doesn't want to compromise on these things, some compromises are the only things in order. I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. On the speakers list, we have Trustee Yantamasi and then Vice Chair Agnew. Trustee Yantamasi, you have the floor. Trustee Yantamasi, are you there? Okay, I shall move on.
I'm trying to get on. I'm trying to get
okay.
on. All right, am I
okay.
on now? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So as a member of a board of 9, as we deliberate this particular change to this particular policy, the additions that my colleague trustee Carabella seems to be alluding to, or is alluding to, is the fact that we are a faith-based institution. We take our marching orders from the sees of Rome, from our cardinal bishops, including our Pope, and within the guidelines of our faith, we can and should support certain endeavors and not support others. I think Trustee Carabella is alluding to those factors that need to be distinguished. After all, we are faith-based. We are not the public board. We are Catholic education with all its faith formation. I will support this particular amendment, and I think we should seek guidance from the Hamilton Diocese, most specifically Bishop Crosby, to provide us with a list of who they support and who they recognize as being worthy of our support. We need to look after and support the things that speak to and promote our faith so as to promote Catholic education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. Moving down the speakers list, we have Vice Chair Agnew, Trustee Ohanchanada, and Trustee Tokiwa. Vice Chair Agnew.
Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to say anything. This matter was deliberated heavily a number of years ago, and I didn't feel there was anything more that needed to be said because the majority of stakeholders did come out in opposition to an amendment like this. But I will just leave you with this. You know, and I don't want to make it personal. I try to leave personal things out of this table, but I will say my son was saved by research and initiatives that were supported by charities, such as those that would benefit from fundraising support. He is but one person among thousands and thousands in our school communities. And I don't understand how his life has any less relevance or is any less important than anyone else's life. And the fundraising initiative that we put forward in support of those who may be born prematurely, who may have disabilities, who may have a life-ending disease, who may have cancer, who may have anything else of the sort, those touch our school communities. They are heavily supported by our school communities, and I don't want to see that go away. And I leave that with my fellow trustees again. His life and the life of others like him are no less important than anyone else's. And if we're not able to support the research and initiatives that keep kids like my son alive and thriving, then it's something that I don't want to have a part of. And for that reason, amongst others, I will be completely opposed to this amendment now and in the future.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. Moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee Ohonchanada. Trustee Ohonchanada.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. It has been spoken about a few times already, but 4 or 5 years ago, this policy came and there was amendments. And for our new parents or stakeholders that may be watching, it was vehemently opposed. There were debates, there were delegations, there was a number of delegations, and our stakeholders told us back then that they were not in the mood for this type of amendment to a policy. So for the people that are watching that are new, I want to let you know, really, this is part of the reason that I became a Catholic school trustee, that I decided to use my time and energy to become a trustee to ensure that we're looking after and governing everything, Catholic education, our students, our student voice, our teachers' voice, our board's voice. So I will also be opposing this amendment to the policy. We've gone down this rabbit hole. I would suggest people watching would check the tapes and watch the video from back in that day when these policies were being brought forward, and the opposition that came forth once everybody understood what was going on, and they delegated many times. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ohonchanada. Down the speaker list is Trustee Tokiwa and Trustee Murphy. Trustee Tokiwa, you have the floor.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. I just had a question first, if I'm allowed to ask one. I was wondering, are there any other guidelines regarding like any other sort of criteria for selecting fundraising efforts or charities, like regarding environmental sustainability or not promoting hate speech or not promoting violence? Or is it this is the only kind of criteria we have?
Let me pass this to Director Daly, and he might have comments.
Thank you, and through Mr. Chair. The only reference to fundraising activities in policy is the policy that's before you, Trustee Tokiwa.
Okay, thank you so much. So if I just...
Any follow-up?
Yeah, if I could just follow up with that. Not to say that I agree or disagree with this. I don't think that's relevant, but just kind of speaking on behalf of students, I will say the majority of them would disagree with these criteria. Regardless, I don't understand why we would specify these 3 Catholic social teachings without specifying other Catholic social teachings, such as environmental sustainability, promoting human dignity, and like efforts to decrease the gaps between racialized groups and minority groups, condemning violence. So I'm just not sure why we would single out this one example. It seems a little bit odd, and it doesn't seem to be encompassing, our purpose as a Catholic board. If this is something that the board believes to be equitable and whatever else, it would be encompassed under the amended part we just agreed on. So I'm just not sure why we would specify this.
Thank you, Trustee Tokiwa. Moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee Murphy, and then we take questions. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a policy on school fundraising, which the funds are raised by our students, they're raised by our parent council, and primarily approval of where the funds are spent is through our principals. So, knowing what I know about the 3 years that I've spent getting to know many principals in our board, I have utmost faith and confidence in their ability to direct these funds appropriately. They came up through the system as Catholics, as Catholic leaders. They know what they're doing. They know where to spend these funds. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's appropriate. I think it should be dealt with in other ways. So I would not support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. All the speakers have spoken, so I'm going to close debate and take a few questions. On the speakers list here for questions is Trustee Antomasi and Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Antomasi, you have the floor for your question. Trustee DeRosa and come back. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it too late to maybe make one other small amendment?
Right now we have an amendment here. I believe we can amend. We have to vote on this first, right? Yeah, we can amend this. Yeah, this is the
It's a
first amendment.
completely new point and it's very short.
Yeah, so we can amend this amendment. You're right. So are you proposing an amendment to this?
I am proposing to add a last bullet.
Okay, so
a completely new bullet.
Okay, can you provide the text either in the chat box?
It's very short. It's very short.
Okay.
I want to.
Mr. Chair.
Point of order.
It's the parliamentary.
Hold on, Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Guza, you have a point of order. Trustee Guza?
No, not me, Mr. Chair. Didn't say a word.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, to
Chair, parliamentary.
Trustee O'Brien. Trustee O'Brien has a point of order.
I just clarification.
I also have clarification.
Amendment to an amendment? Or
yes, amendment to an amendment. Correct. So Trustee DeRosa, back to your amendment. Can you state
okay,
your?
So I'm not amending Trustee Carabella's amendment. I'm adding a new one. Is that okay?
That's an amendment. Point of order then. May we finish this amendment? Point of order.
Trustees, just stand at ease. I want to have a conversation with the parliamentarian. I'm back. So Trustee DeRosa, you are adding a bullet. You're not amending what Trustee Carabella has. So it is really not in order. So if you want to add something, we first finish this particular amendment of Trustee Carabella, and then you can add your item. Sounds good?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll handle it the way you wish.
I'm hearing some noise in the background. The proper process here is to put hand up, and then you get recognized. When you do not put hand up, you do not get recognized, and it's noise. I consider that a disturbance to this meeting. So thank you, Trustee DeRosa. We shall now, Trustee Antomasi, you say you have a point of order. State your point of order. And remember the guidelines for point of order.
Any changes to a motion, excuse me, Mr. Chair, do I have the floor?
Yes, you have the floor.
So any changes to a motion, whether it be friendly by just changing a couple of words or adding a bullet, constitutes an amendment to an amendment. So did you rule on an amendment to an amendment, or did you rule on whether or not it's not a friendly amendment?
So Trustee Antomasi, this is not a point of order, because you're not stated, and I've clearly given you the guidelines what a point of order is. You're not stated that. So I rule that your point of order is not a point of order, not well taken. And so I shall now hand the floor back to Trustee Carabella to close discussion on her amendment, which is in front of us. So Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So As I said, all life is important. I'm happy to be here to represent the voice of the aborted who have no voice because they are dead. They are part of our community as well. They would favor this amendment. On average, 5 babies are aborted in Halton region every day. Let that sink in, because we don't see that in the headlines. This amendment is needed to be clear that we follow church teaching on the tenets of the Catholic Church on the sacredness of life. This amendment becomes a crucial guide in helping us to choose charities to fundraise for, to choose charities that reflect Catholic values. There are many, many charities and nonprofits that work for the common good alongside of us. This amendment also echoes our Ontario Catholic School graduate expectations. Under responsible citizen, it says, a responsible citizen who gives witness to Catholic social teaching by promoting peace, justice, and the sacredness of human life. Let us be that example for our students, our staff, our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. You have closed. I'm going to take this to a recorded vote. We are going to be voting on amendment moved by Trustee Carabella, seconded by Trustee Antamasi. The amendment is in front of us. Okay, I'm going to call, I've called the vote, but I see Trustee Antamasi's hand up there. Is it regarding the vote, Trustee Antamasi?
Disregard, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I'm taking a recorded vote, and we shall start with Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo?
As a mother with children actually attending
How do you
this
vote?
board,
How do you vote?
no,
How do you
not,
vote? How do you vote?
Not in favor, not in favor, not in favor, not in favor.
Okay, opposed. Good. Trustee Antamasi?
In favor, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella?
I'm in favor.
Trustee Murphy?
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Ohanchanada?
Opposed.
Trustee Boyd?
Opposed.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
Opposed.
Trustee Pakiwa?
Opposed.
Vice Chair Agnew?
I could not be more opposed.
Trustee DeRosa?
I'm opposed.
So there's 3 in favor, 5 opposed. The amendment fails. We shall now go back to the original policy V-04, moved by Trustee Guzzo, seconded by Vice Chair Agnew.
Mr. Chair.
Point of order. You have an amendment motion that has been, the first amendment has been passed. As such, you can't go back to the original motion yet.
You got to go back to the original motion as amended. Sorry, you have a valid point there. Thank you, Trustee Antamasi. That's a good one. Trustee.
I have an amendment.
Sorry?
You said I could pass, I could put in.
Oh, you want to move? Oh, sorry, I forgot that. So
Yes.
Trustee DeRosa wants to amend this policy again. So Trustee DeRosa, can you state your amendment, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity. I would like to add as a short bullet at the end, I guess, the following.
Okay.
Take care to exclude all support for politically motivated activities, groups, or causes.
Can you put it in the chat box if you don't mind? Oh, okay.
Yes, I'll do that.
No, I think Ms. Swindon has got it. So it's on the screen.
Okay.
For Trustee DeRosa, what you see on the screen? Trustee DeRosa?
For politically motivated activities, groups, and/or causes.
Okay.
And I would, at the beginning of the sentence, just say, take care to exclude.
Okay, does that look right, Trustee DeRosa? Can you zoom in
Yes,
there,
that's
Mr.
correct. That's correct,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll need a seconder for that amendment.
I will second that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Trustee Antomasi seconds it. So, Trustee DeRosa, you get 5 minutes to speak on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This inclusion is really to make the point that the funds that are raised should go to non-political causes or preferences, that they should go to benefit, in the spirit of charity, to benefit the less fortunate. So the inclusion or the amendment speaks for itself. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish everybody can support it.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. I have a speakers, 1 second. I have only Trustee Guzzo on the speakers list. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little concerned about something like this because, again, I think this could be something that is subjective as opposed to objective, and who makes the decision on what's politically motivated versus what is not. So I will not be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. Since I do not have any. Okay, Vice Chair Agnew, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just a simple statement that I continue to trust the decision-making of our school communities and our staff and our admin on making the right decisions as to the charities and not-for-profits that they wish to support that are important to their school communities. As such, I will not be supporting this amendment. And like I said, I continue to trust in their judgment, and they have my full support on the decisions that they make. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the speakers list, we have Trustee Bowie. Trustee Carabella first. Trustee Carabella and then Trustee Bowie. Trustee Carabella.
Thank you. I would be supporting this this amendment. I think it's very valid. It's a good place to put it. It's pretty easy to know which organization or cause or group is political or not. That's not really difficult. So I'll be supporting this motion amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. We have Trustee Bowie has the floor. Trustee Bowie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and through you. I'd just like to be brief. While I appreciate the sentiment of trying to keep our schools out of politics and, try not to influence our students, which I appreciate, I think that unfortunately, perhaps inadvertently through this amendment, we give the power to certain members of our board, perhaps certain members of administration, to then decide what constitutes a politically motivated activity, group, and or cause, which unfortunately, in my consideration, is a consideration that I think is too vague to be put up to that type of judgment. I think that perhaps almost anything can be considered to be politically motivated in the broadest sense. So I will not be supporting this motion for that reason.
Thank you, Trustee Bowie. Trustee Antomasi, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a friendly amendment to Trustee DeRosa. I would like to remove the word all on this particular bullet. Take care to exclude support for politically motivated activity groups and or causes.
So you are asking for a friendly amendment. Let me go around the table and ask trustees if there is consent to make a friendly amendment. Vice Chair Agnew? You want to make a friendly amendment?
No.
Okay, Trustee DeRosa, are you okay with that?
I can accept the friendly amendment, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay, Trustee Guzzo, are you okay with the friendly amendment or not?
I don't have any problem with it.
Okay, so you're okay with that. Trustee Antomasi, do you? Okay, so it's yours, so you should be in favor, Trustee Antomasi, correct?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, are you asking?
But I do get to...
Sorry, point of clarification, Mr. Chair. Are you asking, are we voting on this amendment?
No, we're not voting. We're not voting. No, we're not voting on this.
Okay. Yeah, just that I'm not opposed to the friendly amendment because it's already
Friendly
been
amendment,
seconded.
yeah. So I just want to judge whether there's anybody opposed. If there's somebody opposed, then it has to be an amendment. Trustee Carabella, are you okay with the friendly amendment?
Yes, I am.
Trustee Murphy, are you okay with the friendly amendment?
Trustee Agnew already stated that she's opposed, so.
Yeah, so I guess.
Then we have to vote on it.
There's no point in going there. So back to Trustee Yantamasi, there's no consent around the table. So let's not, so either you can amend this.
Mr. Chair, can you recount the vote, please? Thank you.
There's one opposition here, which is sufficient to not to have unanimous consent for friendly amendment, that's required. So, it wasn't a vote, it was.
No, a simple majority is required for.
Oh, sorry, Trustee Yantamasi.
You
are
point
asking
me
for
to our bylaws
Trustee
where it says that?
Yantamasi, you will listen to what I'm saying right now. You have asked for a friendly amendment to this motion that requires unanimous consent. There was no unanimous consent. So your option here is to amend the amendment put forth by Trustee DeRosa. Is that what you wish to do?
Mr. Chair, you and I have a different understanding. Can we call on the parliamentarian, please? Thank you.
Yantamasi, I am asking you a simple question and I do not need a parliamentarian for this. Are you looking to amend the amendment or not? There's no consent. There's no unanimous consensus to make the change. So are you looking to amend the amendment?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
With all the due
Okay, there is a point of order. There is a point of order. Everyone will be quiet. Trustee O'Brien, what's your point of order?
I do believe Trustee Devassi does have the right to ask for parliamentary opinion himself.
Thank you. He's got a right to ask for that. It's up to the chair to make a decision whether the parliamentarian is required or not. So in this particular case, my decision is that I do not need parliamentarian support because I do understand this quite well. So back to Trustee Yantamasi, my question to you is, would you like to make an amendment to the amendment of Trustee DeRosa?
Mr. Chair, I will repeat myself. A friendly amendment, yes.
There is
it's one word and yes.
So you want an amendment to the amendment. So you want to delete the word all from Trustee DeRosa's amendment. Do I have a seconder for that?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a moved by Trustee Yantamasi, seconded by Trustee Carabella. So Trustee Yantamasi, do you want to speak to this?
No, Mr. Chair, it's self-explanatory. Bring it to a vote.
Thank you. I'll take it to a recorded vote. So trustees, we are voting on the amendment to the amendment, and that's deleting the word all from the amendment put forth by Trustee DeRosa. I shall call the vote. Trustee Yantamasi.
In favor, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanada.
Oh, opposed. Sorry.
Trustee, yes, Trustee Boyd.
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer.
Opposed.
Trustee Tokiwa.
In favor.
Trustee Vice Chair Agnew.
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa.
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo, you're there? Okay, so we have five.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're opposed, correct, got it. So we have 5 in favor, 3 opposed. The amendment to the amendment carries. So we shall We shall delete the word all from there. Now we are back to the original amendment put forth by Trustee DeRosa, seconded by Trustee Yantomasi. I have one speaker. Trustee O'Brien, are you speaking to this particular amendment as it stands now?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I want to just draw Trustee's attention to the guiding principle from OASBO, which is quoted in the policy. And under the word caution, it does say, which is page 91, it does say contributions to other than eligible charities may jeopardize the charitable status of the school board. And then it says schools should also be sensitive to charities they are fundraising for that are ineligible, such as for political activities, groups, or candidates or other interest groups. So because this is already the guiding principles, I wonder if we even need this. Since we must follow the guiding principles anyway.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien, for your comment. I do not have any speakers, so I'm going to take this amendment to a recorded vote. So we are going to vote on what you see on your screen. This is the amendment put forth by Trustee DeRosa. So Director Daly, before I take it to a vote.
Yeah, sorry about that. Just to build on what Trustee O'Brien mentioned, in the guidelines he did reference in another section, support for political activities, groups, or candidates is listed as a unacceptable use of school-generated funds. They are guidelines, but they are the guidelines that we're supposed to be following.
Thank you. Trustee DeRosa, I've called the vote now. Is your question regarding the voting process? Oh, you have to close. Thank you for reminding me. Trustee DeRosa, you get to close. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's why I was putting my hand up. I mean, the intent of this inclusion is quite clear, and although there is some reference to political activities not being clear or school-generated funds not being used to support political candidates, I think including this line makes it that much clearer, and it's required, in my view. Thank you. I hope you'll support it.
Yeah, so I'm going to take this to a recorded vote. We are voting on the amendment put forward by Trustee DeRosa, seconded by Trustee Yantomasi, and you see that on your screen. Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
Opposed.
Trustee O'Brien?
Opposed.
Trustee Ohonchanada?
Opposed.
Trustee Bowie?
Opposed.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
Opposed.
Trustee Tokiwa?
Opposed.
Vice Chair Agnew?
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
Opposed.
Trustee Yantomasi?
I'm in favor, Mr. Chair.
So we have 3 in favor, 5 opposed. The amendment fails. We are back to the main policy, and there was one amendment. We are going to vote on the main policy as amended. So there's no speakers on the list, so I shall call the vote. So you're voting on policy B-04, school fundraising activities, moved by Trustee Guzzo, seconded by Vice Chair Agnew. Trustee Carabella?
Mr. Chair, before you begin the vote, so we're voting, point of clarification, we're voting on the policy with the amendment in yellow that was approved by a majority of vote. Is that correct?
Correct, absolutely correct. Okay, so I call the vote. Trustee Carabella, how do you vote?
Opposed.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
You can block back in.
Sure. Trustee Ohonchanada?
I'm in favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer,
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa,
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew,
Favor.
Trustee DeRosa,
Mr. Chair, could you remind me what we're voting for now?
So we are voting on policy V-04, the original policy with one amendment you see highlighted on your screen. It was moved by Trustee Guzzo and seconded by Vice Chair Agnew.
So
How do you vote?
We're approving the policy with the amendment.
Yes. How do you
Come
vote?
back, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo.
In favor.
Trustee Antomasi.
In favor.
Trustee Antomasi.
I'm against, Mr. Chair.
Trustee O'Brien.
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa.
I'm in favor, Mr. Chair.
So we have 5 in favor, 3 opposed. The policy, motion carries. The policy is approved. Moving on to the next order of business, and sorry, the action item on the, sorry, what am I saying now? Tired. I'm tired. The next item 8.9, feasibility studies of the AP program and the IB program at HCDSB. Trustee Carabella, please. This following is a notice of motion from February 1, 2022, regular board meeting. Trustee Carabella, please read the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the motion is, whereas the board received the report titled Advanced Placement AP and International Baccalaureate IB Programs at HCDSB on February 1st, 2022, whereas there were some recommendations within the same. So be it further resolved that a feasibility study be conducted to establish an additional IB school at HCDSB, and a feasibility study be conducted to determine the potential need to offer AP programming at additional HCDSB schools.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. You have, I now need a seconder for this motion.
I'll second. I'll second.
Okay. Seconded by Trustee DeRosa. So moved by Trustee Carabella. Seconded by Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor open. You have 5 minutes to present.
Thank you. It'll be brief. The AP and IB programs at HCDSB have been successful. We have seen this in the recent report entitled Advanced Placement AP and International Baccalaureate IB Programs at HCDSB, which was received on February 1st, 2022. The report showed an increased enrollment among students in these programs. We know that, and we know about this anecdotally as well, from students and parents that praise the programs. Parents and students feel that these programs prepare them well for post-secondary education and provide good excellent academic skills. I guess it would be part of our achieving pillar. The possibility of expanding these programs would make them more accessible to more students in different municipalities, which would address some of the current lack of equity. The report mentioned that feasibility studies were needed if there was an idea to expand the AP program to other high schools within the same municipality, and if consideration would be given to expand the IB program to another location as one way of ensuring equity and resolving barriers. So this motion would be a step forward in the process. So it's asking to assess the feasibility of expansion and put into effect the recommendations that were in this report. The feasibility study would discuss enrollment projections, costs, teacher training, accommodations, etc. What the senior staff know is important to know and required to know. I ask you for your support on this motion.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. I shall now open up the floor for discussion.
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chair.
It was already seconded by Trustee DeRosa. Thank you. On the speakers list, we have Trustee Ohojanada. Trustee Ohojanada, you have the floor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, to Trustee Carabella. I'll completely support this motion, absolutely. I was just wondering if you'd like to put a date when you'd like those feasibility studies be completed by, instead of maybe leaving it open-ended.
Trustee Carabella?
Yes, thank you, Trustee O'Hearn-Cernata. Wonderful. There's always something. I would accept the recommendation of staff, knowing that their timetable. So if any of staff would like to suggest a date.
So we'll have to do this by a friendly amendment. Because this
and I
motion
guess if I can ask the staff, like if there would be, I don't know if this could happen already for this next coming, if it would expand, if it would already happen for this next year or the following year, or if those moments where kids are already enrolling would be over. So if
Trustee Carabella, that could be part of the discussion.
Okay.
But I think the date mentioned by Trustee Ohojanada, that would be something that you could consider at this point in time. So if you want to ask staff, I'll pass this on to Director Daly and ask about the feasibility.
I did see Superintendent Cordero had his hand up. I don't recall, Trustee Carabella, when we did the study for introducing AP at CTK, how long that it took exactly. I'm not sure if Superintendent Cordero knows that or not.
Superintendent Cordero, you need to use the chat box because I can't see your hand up there.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and through you to Trustee Carabella. The timelines for a feasibility study for the AP program are far more flexible than those that would be, than that which would occur for an IB program. The IB feasibility study is very subscribed by the IB office, which is stationed in The Hague in the Netherlands. So if we were to conduct a feasibility study for these purposes, it would only make sense that we conduct the same type of feasibility study that would be required by the IB office so that the two are aligned. And I'm not quite so sure that we would be able to conduct that feasibility study within the current academic year for IB. It might take some time.
Thank you, Superintendent Cordero. So Trustee Carabella, do you want to put in a date?
Well, I would like to know what my fellow trustees would like. I'm flexible too. I can understand as you started talking the complexity of the IB program. I don't know if
I do not
the
want
AP,
to make...
can it be done separately? Like you
so,
do
Director,
if AP, I don't know. I really
so
don't.
let me ask Director Daly. Director Daly, can we put in two dates? One date for the AP program feasibility and one for the IB program. Is that something that would work out?
It would, or the alternative is to leave it, and I know trustees aren't generally in favor of this, and I understand why, to leave it open-ended. I just don't, I don't have the CTK report in my hand to see how long it would take for AP, even if that could be done relatively quickly, and I think it could be. We're in the process now, I believe, of students registering for next year for option sheets. So I don't think we'd be able to expand AP for September. But again, I'd have to go back and look at how quickly we were able to do it with CTK. As Superintendent Cordero mentioned, IB is quite a different process. I would suggest the first step in doing a feasibility study for IB is to see whether or not parents would be interested in it. And then it is a 18-month process once you start the formal accreditation process, at least 18-month process before you get to the finish line with IB.
So Trustee Murphy, do you have a comment on this?
On the timing? Yeah. No, just to say, you know, we have to follow what staff recommendation is. There's no point in putting in a date that can't be hit. I wanted to ask a different question, but.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Trustee Murphy.
Okay.
So that we do not have a date, and doesn't look like staff is ready to give a date at this point in time. So Trustee Carabella, I'm just wondering if you want to leave it the way it is.
Well, maybe I would then suggest I'm thinking that the 18 months would then bring us into 2024. No, 2024 September, if it's an IB, and AP could possibly start 2023. So that would be my suggestion, that the AP is sort of done for 2020 September, possible 20. We have to see the report and the feasibility. I'm not, you know, predicting, but it seems that it would be able to start in September 2023, the AP, if there's any expansion, and IB is September 2024. Is that correct, Director Daly or Superintendent Cordero?
Director Daly?
Yeah, there's certainly, if we found that it made sense to expand AP, for sure that could be done for September of 2023. I think it's important to note that with in seeking out accreditation for an IB program, it's not just if you show interest and do it, you're granted the program. There's a possibility that that IB would say, for whatever reason, your application might not be approved. So I think it's one thing to say, to do the study for IB, to say it would start in September of 2024. It's a little bit presumptuous, maybe. It could be conduct a feasibility study with the goal, if we find it's feasible, to implement the program by September 2024. I just don't think we can make a commitment to say it will happen because it has to be approved by an outside agency.
Okay, thank you, Director Daly. Superintendent Cordero, I see your hand up. You have any comment on this?
No, I was going to reiterate what Director Daly said, through you, Mr. Chair, to Trustee Carabella. Realistically, as Director Daly said, I think we could achieve the goal of additional AP schools for September 2024, sorry, 23, but for the IB school, it might be, you know, September 2024.
Thank you, Superintendent Cordero. So back to Trustee Carabella. We have the motion out on the table for a report. Question is here, would you be okay to leave it as it is and let's take it to a discussion and a vote? Or do you want to put in a date, which at this point in time does not look realistic?
Right. If you're asking me, I would say that since the timeline is looking at September 2023 and further away for the IB, there's no immediate rush. I think that the staff will do what they need to do. And do they want to suggest still a date, though? I mean, it's still good to have a date. If it's supposed to be September 2023, students start applying in the January of 2023. So maybe we would have to have it in the fall 2022 sometime to decide, maybe as a board still, like in September or end of June. That's a suggestion.
Okay, let me pass this to Director Daly.
I was just going to suggest that we could certainly bring either an information or staff, a brief information or staff report to the next board meeting, just to have a firmer idea of the timelines around an AP outreach feasibility. So at least we could come with some more solid information if that's acceptable.
So the motion could stay as it is, see on the screen.
Yeah, we could bring an update to the next meeting.
Trustee Carabella, are you okay with that?
Yes, that's wonderful.
Okay, so now with your motion presented, it has been moved by Trustee Carabella, seconded by Trustee DeRosa. We have a speakers list here. So we have Trustee Murphy, Trustee Ohonchanota, Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that it's a great discussion to start. It's important that as our board grows, we broaden our offering in these specialty programs. They're of high demand. I know in Milton, the participation is growing. Milton's going to grow in the next 15 years by about 100,000 people. Our coterminous board has an IB program. I think it's critical. We're losing ground. I think we need to really focus on adding these added benefits or added value programs to help our board progress. So I know obviously a feasibility study, you don't want to direct and try and manipulate the outcome, but one thing I thought was mentioned was the additional IB. To me, the additional IB should be looked as outside of where our current IB program is. That's not specified in the motion, but I'm assuming that is almost a given, that we wouldn't, as part of the feasibility study, look at expanding or adding another high school in Oakville that has IB when we have high demand, high growth. Milton has more secondary students than any other municipality. So my expectation would be that the feasibility study would be focused on regions outside of where our current IB program is. Can somebody speak to that? I'm not sure. Obviously, the feasibility study isn't structured, but just that intent of how we would be looking at expansion of IB and where.
IB program in the same municipality as the current one. And to be quite honest with you, I'm not sure whether that might fly with the IB organization itself. But if one of the barriers that we identified or potential barriers we identified to accessing the IB program at STA was geography, then it probably makes sense to look a little bit further afield than another school in Oakville.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. Any follow-up question?
No, just asking, would you be naming the program after me?
Me. Okay, thank you.
Let's keep our egos in check.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. Moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee DeRosa and Trustee O'Brien. Trustee DeRosa, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Short of withdrawing, I wanted to withdraw my hand, but I will mention that the IB program and the AP program are a success story, and I'm delighted that we're looking at expansion. I understand my colleague wants to root for his backyard, but I think we shouldn't prejudge what the feasibility study will result in. So the needs of the regions are different. They should be taken into context. And if we're going to end up with an objective evaluation, which is, I'm sure, what everybody wants, we shouldn't be prejudging a particular direction. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Moving on to Trustee O'Brien. Trustee O'Brien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just piggybacking on that, through you, Mr. Chair, to Director Daly, I'm glad to hear you're looking outside of Oakville. And I do take Trustee Murphy's points about the large growing community of Milton, but there are other factors to consider, like space. So I would say that also, I mean, if just thinking about a school like Corpus Christi that has space and is very centrally located to Milton. So I just want to ask Director Daly, if you do look outside Oakville, would you be looking at other communities besides Milton?
Trustee, thank you. Director Daly?
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. I was very careful to say further afield than Oakville, perhaps. I think part of a feasibility study is looking, first of all, at where our current complement of students comes from. That would be part of it. And again, I don't want to presuppose any end result, as Trustee DeRosa noted as well. There are a number of things to consider, and I'm speaking more specifically to an IB program as to placement, facility, availability of classrooms, the complement of staff. There's lots of different things to consider. It's a much more intensive process for setting up the program. So it's certainly one where we want to make the right decision and let that study kind of speak for itself. You know, when we did have our report a couple of weeks ago on AP and IB, you know, one could have looked at those numbers and said, currently we're doing pretty well. Parents will travel for some programs, but we know that if geography is a barrier, not everybody can bridge that barrier by their own means. So we would certainly look at all of the factors that we need to in terms of determining a location if one is feasible. And again, part of that process is the IB organization also having some say in where a particular program might go. We can't necessarily tell them, well, we can say here's where we want it to go, but ultimately they have to approve.
Thank you, Director Daly. Trustee O'Brien, do you have a follow-up question?
No, I don't.
Thank you. I see Trustee Antomasi's hand up. Trustee Antomasi, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So my question is based on the fact that Trustee Carabella is asking to increase these particular programs. Based on the demand for these programs, can we point to a particular area that's underserved? If so, which areas are underserved both for the IB program and the AP program?
Director Daly.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Well, I guess if we talk strictly, that's a good question, Trustee Antomasi. It really depends on how we define underserved. If we looked at it from, you know, kind of just a geographical perspective, we know that in Burlington, for example, we do have an AP program at Assumption, and that's the only AP program within the city. So if we were looking at expanding AP in Burlington, if you know the desire's there, you know, a kind of a north-south location would make sense. So, you know, one of Notre Dame or Corpus Christi, possibly the same thing in Oakville. I mean, we do have AP at Holy Trinity. We've got IB at Aquinas. Whether or not there's a need for 2 AP programs north of the highway in Oakville, I guess that'll be part of what we find out in the feasibility study. There is one AP program in Milton right now between the 2 schools, and there's one in Georgetown at CTK. So it would really be looking at whether we add additional sites in, I would argue, in Burlington and Oakville. But part of that is that would be part of the feasibility study.
Thank you, Director Daly. Trustee Antomasi, do you have a follow-up question?
I do, Mr. Chair, and through you. So my question, when I stated, do we meet demand? based on the applicants, if we were to add up those that get admitted and those who there isn't either a place for them and or cannot be accepted, would that not constitute demand, the difference?
Director Daly.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair. As of this year, we don't have a cap on our advanced placement programs. So if a student applies and is accepted, they would have a spot to go to. The barrier possibly would be getting to Assumption, say if you lived in North Burlington, or getting to, getting to the program at Bishop Redding if you live on the other side of Milton, if you're in the St. Francis Xavier catchment. So we've been able to meet the demand. It's really looking at whether or not we can even grow the programs more by eliminating some of those additional barriers like geography.
Thank you, Director Daly. Seeing no other speakers, I'm going to take this to a recorded vote. Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanora?
In favor.
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo? Trustee Guzzo? Trustee Yantamasi?
I'm in favor, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Guzzo, are you there? So seeing Trustee Guzzo is not here, the vote won't affect the outcome. We have 6 in favor, none opposed. Trustee Guzzo, are you there? Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, I missed you. Trustee Carabella, it's your motion.
Thank you. In favor.
In favor.
In
So
favor.
we have, is Trustee Guzzo there? No. So the vote will not affect the outcome anyway. So we have 7 in favor. The motion carries. Moving on to the next item, executive compensation. I do not see any hand up. Moving on to the next item. I don't see it yet. Item 8.10, executive compensation increases from 2018 to 2021. The following notice of motion from the February 1st, 2022 regular board meeting. Trustee Yantamasi, please read the motion.
Mr. Chair, I will ask you to read the motion on my behalf. It's your role to do so.
It's not my role to do so, but I will do it. You're going to speak to it, right?
Yes, I will be speaking to it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so the notice of motion, executive compensation increases from 2018 to 2021. Be it resolved that the secretary to the board as director of education report the executive compensation increases of senior staff from 2018 to 2021. Trustee Yantamasi, we need a mover and we need a seconder for this. You moved, Trustee Yantamasi moves this, correct?
I would be the mover, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we need a seconder.
I'll put her on the table, Mr. Chair.
One second. Okay, Trustee DeRosa, Trustee Yantamasi, you have 5 minutes to present your notice of motion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this doesn't require, it's pretty 5 minutes. It's pretty straightforward. Yearly the secretary to the board in his role of director of education provides after he does an appraisal of his senior staff with recommendations to the board, whereby he asked for increases since 2018. The director, or excuse me, the secretary has not reported to the board as per policy I-45. He has not followed that particular procedure. I therefore am asking for him to provide to the board all salary increases, both in terms of level changes, along with grid changes and percentage increases. I rest my case, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Antamasi. Trustee Antamasi, I have a question here, and it's my role as chair to make sure trustees have the correct information. In your explanatory notes, you said in 2020 a motion was passed by the board requesting that secretary to the board with level. A motion was passed by the board. Could you provide trustees with the reference to that motion in 2020 that was passed?
I have done so, Mr. Chair. It's been sent to Ms. Pietro, who should have provided it to the board. Thank you.
Can you provide us the motion number so that trustees have enough adequate information to make a decision?
As I stated, the information gets sent from me to the director's office. The director's office, in conjunction with the chair and the vice chair, included as information as stipulated by our bylaws. Thank you.
So Trustee Antamasi, you've not understood the question. We have received your explanatory notes, but within your explanatory notes, you have specified that in 2020 a motion was passed by the board requesting the secretary to provide the board with a level and grade increases for senior staff for the period 2018 to 2021. So my question is, as chair, my responsibility is to give all trustees correct information to make a decision on this particular motion. So could you provide trustees with the 2020 motion that was passed by the board so that they could make an informed decision?
Mr.
Could you provide
Chair,
a motion?
It seems to me that you did not understand my response. My response,
Trustee Antamasi, I'm asking you a simple question here. In my hand, I have your explanatory notes. In your explanatory notes, the first statement, it says, in 2020, a motion was passed by the board requesting secretary to provide the board with grade level increases. I've looked in 2020, there was no motion presented at the board and nothing was passed. So my question to you is please present the information to the Board of Trustees so that the Board of Trustees can make an educated decision on your motion here. Kindly take a look at your, Trustee Antamasi, I'm still speaking. Take a look at your explanatory notes and please provide the trustees with the motion that was passed. That's what he stated here.
So I will repeat my answer to you, Mr. Chair. I have provided the information upon request by the director's office, secretary to the board. His secretary, Mr. Pietro, has received the motions that were passed and accepted by the board, the motions that were introduced, one of which was passed by the board. I would ask you to ask the secretary to provide you with that information because I fulfilled my obligation by sending it in.
So let me ask the secretary, Director Daly, right now. Director Daly, was there a motion in 2020 passed by the board requesting the secretary to provide the board with grade level increase? Was there any motion in 2020 that was passed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I did not find a motion from 2020 with regards to that.
Thank you, Director Daly. So the information you provided in your explanatory notes, Trustee Antamasi, does not seem to be accurate. However, your motion is on the table. It has been moved and seconded. I shall now open the floor for discussion. Do I see any speakers? So we have Trustee De Rosa. Trustee De Rosa, you have the floor. Trustee DeRosa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one comment as a result of the exchange I've just witnessed. If Trustee Yantomasi has produced it for Rosie, Mrs. DiPietro, then it should be rather simple to come up with the motion that he has produced and make it established that in fact it exists, and then give the benefit to the trustees. So I'm not sure what is what here, but I have to take Trustee Yantomasi at his word that he has provided the motion in question that you're searching for. Let's just produce it.
Yes,
Thank you,
so it's up to, it's a motion, Trustee DeRosa, put forward by Trustee Yantomasi. It is the responsibility of the trustee presenting the motion to bring forth all information to trustees, and it is my responsibility as chair to disseminate that information to each and every trustee so that they can make a good informed decision. In this particular case, Trustee DeRosa, in this particular case, Director Daly has clearly specified that there was no motion in 2020 as presented in the explanatory notes. So are you telling me now that what Director Daly has said is incorrect?
No, if you let
thank
me
you.
give me the,
Thank
do
you.
I have the floor? Do I have
Thank
the
you.
floor?
Moving down the speaker's list.
I don't have the floor. I'm not allowed to answer your question. Is that it?
Thank you for you, Mr.
You
Chair.
were given an opportunity to speak. I pass the floor to Vice Chair Agnew. Thank you.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I as well have
I'm
the
being
question.
muted again.
So,
This is.
so can you please stop interrupting me, Trustee DeRosa? I have the floor.
This is not democracy.
Can you please stop interrupting me? You do not have the floor.
I get interrupted all the time.
You do not have
Trustee
the floor.
DeRosa, there's a proper way of interrupting. Either you put a point of order or put a hand up in the chat box. I will not have this kind of interruption. When you do not have the floor, I clearly stated that your mic will be muted because you are violating our bylaws. Vice Chair Agnew, please continue.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I too, so I think what I'm struggling with is if the motion that Trustee Ian Tomasi is referring to has been sent, and I'm not about to argue the merits of anybody's claim on whether it was sent and whether or not it was received, but it would appear to me that if Trustee Ian Tomasi did in fact provide that to the director's office, it shouldn't be a big stretch for Trustee Ian Tomasi to locate that motion again and provide it for trustees in the effort of full transparency and the ability to have a fulsome conversation around the motion he has on the table. So I would think if he's very clear on the motion that did pass, he should have access to it, or at least be able to reference that for us so that we can have it. And I see you're typing in the chat that you believe 3 out of the 4 people may have it, but we don't have it as a collective group. Trustee Ian Tomasi, and since it is your motion, I would think that you should be able to readily access that motion. So maybe you could just do us a favor and provide that for us because we can't seem to be able to find it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, well, this policy, regardless, it does, sorry, it does refer to the policy. So we can just look at the policy and it says there, I think this is the point that corresponds with this motion. Any movement on the salary grid shall be reviewed and approved by the board once a year on the recommendation of the director, only after the completion of the performance appraisal for all executives. So if I'm correct, then we should have, and he's asking for certain years here from 2018 to 2021 to see that salary grid, which is part of our policy. So I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Trustee Yantomasi, do you have a question or because you're going to be closing this discussion?
No, Mr. Chair, I've sent you a copy of the motion and I need to, as I look at the motion, I said 2020, it should be 2021-03.
Okay, we will come back to
you
this.
have the motion because I've sent it to you.
Thank you. I will just stop for a minute. We have housekeeping work to do. It's 11 o'clock. I need to take a vote to extend the meeting to 11:30. Trustee Agnew, Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo? Trustee Guzzo? Trustee, will come back. Trustee Antamasi?
In favor.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien? Trustee Honchanada?
In favor?
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa? Trustee Tokiwa? Trustee Guzzo? Trustee Guzzo? And I'm in favor, so the outcome will not affect. We need 2/3, so we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 in favor. So we move to extend the meeting to 11:30. So Trustee Yantomasi, getting back to your particular point, yes, you are right. There was a motion in 2021, but it was not passed as your explanatory note said. It failed. Okay, so just to let you know, it was motion 103/21. I have the motion number here, which has not, 102/21, which was defeated. Okay, so keep that aside. We are continuing with the discussion on your main motion here. So moving on down the speakers list, we have, who do we have? We have Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa?
I'm delighted, Mr. Chair, that we finally put our hands on the motion in question. And let's keep going.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Since we do not have any other speakers here, I'm going to call the vote on the motion for executive compensation increases. It was moved by Trustee Yantomasi, seconded by Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Murphy, how do you vote? Trustee Murphy?
Opposed?
Trustee O'Brien? Somebody speak. Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Honchanada?
I'm opposed.
Trustee Bowie?
Abstain.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
Opposed.
Trustee Tokiwa? Trustee Tokiwa?
In
I'll
favor.
come back. Okay. Vice Chair Agnew?
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
Opposed.
Trustee Antomasi?
Favor, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
And Trustee Duarte is opposed. It is 4 in favor, 5 opposed. The motion fails. We shall now move on to the next item, 8.11 ADR Chamber Report. Trustee Yantomasi, please read your motion.
Mr. Chair, 8.11, the famous ADR report. I wish to have that issued to the ministry so as to be vetted for educational legislation that was dealt with within that report. Furthermore, I would also like to have...
Point of order.
Thank you. Who's that, Trustee?
It's Trustee Carabella. We haven't moved the motion and seconded it yet.
You're right, Trustee Carabella. Your point of order is well taken. So that's what I specified to Trustee Yantomasi to read your motion, and Trustee Antamasi, please read your motion.
So, Mr. Chair, if you can make it bigger, maybe I can read it, but I cannot read it as small as it is, which is why I asked you the last time to read it. Oh, that's better. Thank you.
Better? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Be it resolved that the Secretary to the Board and Director of Education refer the Trustee Code of Conduct report by ADR Chambers for the Ministry of Education and the Ombudsman's Office for accuracy and resolution.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. So we have this motion on the floor. There are a couple of things I want to bring. No, yeah. I'll need a mover, and I'll need it's moved by Trustee Yantamasi. Hold on 1 second. Moved, seconded by Trustee Carabella, right? Okay, thank you, Trustee Yantamasi and Trustee Carabella. A couple of things I want to bring to your notice, Trustee Yantamasi here. First of all, your motion calls it a Trustee Code of Conduct report. It is not a Trustee Code of Conduct report. The motion is with me. It's called Conduct During Board Meetings, and the report presented by ADR is Investigation into the Conduct During Meetings. So the motion that you're asking for present a Trustee Code of Conduct report. There is nothing that exists, number one. Number two is that your motion is telling to send this report to the Ministry of Education and giving them direction, and the Ombudsman Office, you're giving them direction to check for accuracy and resolution. That is out of control of this board. So my suggestion to you right now is you can modify this motion to correctly change the name from Trustee Code of Conduct report to Conduct During Board Meetings report. And number two, you'll have to modify what you're telling the ministry to do. You're forcing the ministry to check for accuracy and resolution if we do not know and we cannot tell them what to do. So if you would like to amend this motion, I'm going to give you the opportunity. Otherwise, this motion under section 39(3) of the Roberts Rules of Order is frivolous and absurd. So, Trustee Yantamasi, I'm going to give you this opportunity right now to make these changes to your motion.
Mr. Chair.
Trustee, hold on, Trustee.
Chair, point of order.
Okay, there is a point of order from Trustee O'Brien. Trustee O'Brien, state a point of order.
I appeal your ruling.
Sure. So, trustees, Trustee O'Brien is appealing my ruling. First of all, I've not made a ruling. I've given an opportunity to Trustee Yantamasi to make these changes. I will hear what he has to say, then I will make my ruling. So your point of order is not well taken. Okay. So Trustee Yantamasi, you have the floor to respond to the items that I pointed out.
Well, Mr. Chair, with all due respect to your position, I would think you need to restate what it is you're asking me to do. If you're asking me to amend my motion, then we need to go through a proper amendment procedure. So the amendment procedure you're suggesting is to change Code of Conduct report to the same name as it appears on the report itself. So let's state that particular change. So there, we need a mover and a seconder for that particular change.
I can move it, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I will second, Mr. Chair.
So there are two changes there, Trustee Yantamasi. Let's finish this conversation. That's one change. Second thing is.
We're dealing with the first change, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So.
So proper procedure would entail to make a motion to change. So can we have staff provide us with the changes to that particular motion on the screen?
So the motion is on the screen here. So the Trustee Code of Conduct report gets changed to Conduct During Board Meetings report. Ms. Swindon, do you have the editable copy of this motion? Okay, so that's the first correction, first amendment. It is moved by Trustee Carabella, seconded by Trustee DeRosa. Be it resolved that the Secretary to the Board and Director of Education refer the conduct during board meetings, deleting Trustee Code of Conduct report by ADR. Does that look correct? Trustee Yantamasi.
Or you're asking me, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If that's the proper title,
yep,
then it's correct.
Okay, so moved by Trustee Carabella, seconded by Trustee DeRosa. Any discussion on this, or we take it to a vote?
Mr. Chair.
There's a checkbox, Trustee. There's a checkbox for a reason, Trustee DeRosa. So, seeing there's no discussion, I'm going to call the.
There's a
Trustee
chat
DeRosa.
box.
Okay, I have your hand up there. Thank you. You have a question regarding this?
Can we have someone verify that that is the proper title of the report?
Director Daly.
The title on the cover page of the report is in the matter of an investigation into conduct during board meetings authorized by June 29th, 2021 resolution of the HCDSB.
So it's a code of, it's a conduct during board meetings report.
Correct.
Thank you. Seeing no speakers, I'm going to take this to a recorded vote. It's the amendment moved by Trustee Carabella, seconded by Trustee DeRosa. Trustee DeRosa, how do you vote on this?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
Mr.
Sorry,
Chair,
Mr.
point
Chair,
of
we're voting on
order.
this motion, correct? Sorry, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chair,
I've called the vote. Trustee Yantamasi, there is no point of order on this. I'll take the point of order after I finish this.
But it has to be because the information you've been provided with is incorrect. I have the report in front of me and it says an investigation into the conduct during board meetings. The word investigation is now missing from that particular title.
So
we can add it.
Director Daly specified that. Do you want to add that word?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Swindon, can you just add that here? Okay, there we go. So I've called the vote. Trustee DeRosa is in favor of that. Trustee Guzzo?
Opposed to it all.
Trustee Yantamasi?
I am in favor, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanada?
In favor?
Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa?
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew?
Oppose.
So we have 6 in favor, 2 opposed. The amendment carries. So moving on to the next item, Trustee Yantamasi, we are back to the main motion, which is as amended. Your second part of the motion is you're telling the Ministry of Education and the Ombudsman Office what to do. It is overreaching our scope. It is, Trustee Yantamasi, you're going to listen to me. It is overreaching for our Board of Trustees. Trustee Yantamasi, thank you. Okay, so our Board of Trustees cannot give direction to the Ombudsman Office what to do with this report. Okay, so my suggestion to you is to make a change to what you're telling the Ministry and the Ombudsman Office. Are you sending to them for information or what?
So, Mr. Chair, if you read the motion closely, except for the errors in the title, to refer something to an overarching body or two overarching bodies that have control over what we do at the board level does not tell them what to do. They make the decision themselves whether or not to investigate based on the information presented to them. I will submit to you that they will review this matter because it's in the interest of all the boards in Ontario, all the school boards in Ontario, to ensure that proper legislation is followed and Robert rules and bylaws are followed. including policies. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Antomasi. I hear you, but I look at this motion, and it's clearly giving direction to the Ministry of Education and the Ombudsman Office to tell them to check it for accuracy and resolution. Okay, so let me be very clear about this. The way I read it, and the way, Trustee Antomasi, you do not have the floor. You do not have the floor.
Take to a vote.
Well, let me know when I have the floor, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so you're giving direction to the Office of the Ombudsman and the Ministry of Education and telling them what to do. You can refer to a committee, you can refer to a group where we have control over, but we cannot tell the ministry what to do. So as such, I'm giving you an opportunity here to amend this to give direction to send it to the Ministry of Education or the Ombudsman Office for information, but we cannot tell them what to do. If you intend to keep it the same way as it is, you can give them direction, then I have to rule as chair that their motion is frivolous and absurd as per Robert's rules. So the option is yours. How would you like to proceed? Would you like to amend it? Or would you like to
Mr. Chair, can you please provide the definition for refer?
Trustee Antomasi, I'm not here to discuss and debate something which is not part of this this discussion. Okay, so you have the motion in front of you. The choice is yours. I'm giving an option here. I'm trying to help you out, but I'm not getting equivalent response from you. So how do you want to proceed with your motion?
You said give direction, and I'm saying refer to.
So
you use the word direction. I use the word refer in my motion.
Yeah, but you're giving them direction.
I'm not giving direction.
Okay. So Trustee Antomasi, if you are not willing to change the word accuracy and resolution, I have to make a ruling. It's up to you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a change. You do as you choose. Accuracy and resolution is within the auspices of the parties to which this particular document is being sent. They make the decision. We as a board, my motion does not direct them to do anything. They will decide because they have the legislation within them.
Thank you, Trustee Antomasi. What I'm hearing from you is you do not want to change. You would like the motion to stay as it is. As such, I, as chair, am ruling that this motion is frivolous and absurd under Robert's Rules of Order, Section 39(3). We cannot tell the ombudsman what.
Excuse me, point of order, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I've heard a point of order. I'd like all trustees to be absolutely quiet. Trustee O'Brien, please state your point of order.
I want to appeal your ruling, Mr. Chair.
So Trustee O'Brien wants to appeal my ruling. I need a seconder for that.
I will second.
So we have a seconder, and it's Trustee DeRosa.
Point of privilege is it?
There's no. Trustee Carabella, I'm deciding on a point of order. I'd like to finish this point of order. There is an appeal on the decision that the motion is frivolous, and I'd like to complete that, and I'll come back to your point of privilege. Okay, so let's go take the recorded vote. Trustee O'Brien, how do you vote on the appeal?
In favor of the appeal.
Trustee Owanchanata?
I oppose it.
Trustee Bowie, are you in favor of the appeal or opposed to the appeal?
Opposed.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
Opposed.
Trustee Tokiwa?
Opposed.
Vice Chair Agnew?
Opposed.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
Opposed.
Trustee Antomasi?
In favor, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
Opposed.
And Trustee Duarte is opposed. It is 4 in favor, 5 opposed. The appeal fails. This motion is, we are moving on to the next motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Trustees, there is no
I've been in
discussion.
line
It has
now.
been, Trustee DeRosa.
Following the rules.
Yes, I'm coming to you. Okay, I'm looking at the list here. I'm coming to you. Please have patience. I just finished dealing with one motion. Trustee DeRosa, you will not speak.
Oh, come on, really?
I will give you time and I will recognize you. The chair runs the meeting. Trustee DeRosa, you are out of order. You are out of order.
Mr. Chair, I had
not in a third world country here.
I had a point of privilege.
Yes, Trustee Carabella, I did tell you that I'd come back to you on this. Trustee Carabella, you had a point of privilege.
Okay,
please state your point of privilege.
Well, I was going to ask, like, for a parliamentary inquiry, because although this is your recommendation for accuracy and resolution, it is the words of the trustee. So I don't know if you can really just decide to take it off. Either the motion gets voted on and fails, but I don't think you the chair can take it off just because he thinks it's frivolous.
Yes.
Because
So this motion has.
Can I just ask one more question so I don't make the mistake again? Like, so I was trying to say that before we did the appeal. Maybe I did it incorrectly by saying a point of privilege, or should I have said a point of clarification, or to be able to have said that in the right place?
It's not a point of privilege because I don't think there's nothing, no, your privileges are not violated in any way. So it should have been either a point of clarification or point of order. Okay. So regarding the decision of the chair to rule it as frivolous and or absurd, the correct terminology is frivolous and absurd. If you want a ruling from a kind of explanation from the parliamentarian, you shall have this after the meeting. Okay, so we are moving on to the next action item. Explanatory notes
Mr.
provided.
Chair, with all due respect, I need my turn.
Sure. Yes, Trustee DeRosa, I just finished with Trustee Carabella. Go ahead, Trustee DeRosa. What was your question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry that I have to be so insistent to get my turn to speak. Nonetheless, I understand conversation is heated. First of all, Mr. Chair, this motion is on the table. It is not for you to modify it. It is for the trustees to modify it. I have a modification that I would like to make, okay? And I would like for the process to be followed according to the regulations. And kindly, let's do that before we decide unilaterally to move on to the next motion.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. We are all here to do the right thing, and the motions need to be aligned with our focus and what we are able to do as trustees. We cannot cross the boundary. There's a fine line there. Okay. So as chair, we have the responsibility to make sure that everything is aligned properly. So the matter has been decided and put to rest. We are now moving on to the next item. The next item on
I'd
our
like
list
to appeal that. I
it's
have a
already-
point of privilege on this.
It's already appealed and done.
on
Trustee DeRosa, it's already appealed and done. The matter has been laid to rest. We are at item 8.2, evaluation performance of senior staff. The following is a notice of motion from the February 1st, 2022 regular board meeting. Trustee Yantamasi, please read the motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Be it resolved that the Secretary of the Board and Director of Education provide the board reviews senior staff from 2018 to 2021.
Trustee Yantamasi, you moved it. We need a seconder for that.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Seconded by Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Yantamasi, you have 5 minutes to present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As stated by myself.
Yantamasi, I'm hearing some snickering in the background. That's going to stop. We're at the board meeting. Okay. I've been observing for some time. Yes,
I beg your pardon?
I'm hearing some sound in the background. There shall be, you shall be, fully focused on this meeting, Trustee Yantamasi. Okay?
I am
Please continue.
totally focused.
Please continue.
Chair. You don't know
Yes.
what you're talking about.
I'm
I
hearing
was
some noise in
clearing
the
my
background.
throat, and I'm
Trustee
stuffed,
Antomasi.
and my nose is stuffed, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead. Your time starts now.
You're making you're alleging things that you don't know anything about. So I will continue with my explanatory notes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
As per policy I-45, whereby the secretary to the board in his role as director of education performs required under the Education Act yearly reviews of all senior staff, after which he reports to the board and makes recommendations on salaries. Given that there has been no increases that legislation 124 has allowed, the director in his role is to provide a summary of the performance of his senior staff. Notwithstanding that, we have many senior staff members that are without contracts. Having said that, I'm asking that the secretary to the board, in his contractual agreement with the board, provide the said steps by giving advice to the board on the performance of his senior staff.
Thank you, Trustee Antomasi. I'm going to ask this question of Director Daly. Director Daly, is, in your opinion, is this motion the purview of the trustees? Is it yeah, so can you comment on that?
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. I guess a couple of comments. First of all, supervisory officers are responsible to the board through the director for their assigned duties. As has been mentioned at a number of recent meetings, the director is the only board official who reports directly to the trustees. All other board staff report to the director. So I don't see it as appropriate for the director to forward performance appraisals to the Board of Trustees in that light.
Thank you, Director Daly. Given that this motion that's asking a report of performance appraisal of senior staff does not seem to be appropriate, and basically it is out of, I would rule that it is out of order and that it's not in the purview of trustees. Okay, Trustee O'Brien is appealing the ruling. Do you have a seconder for the appeal?
I'll second it.
So there's an appeal by Trustee O'Brien and seconded by Trustee Antomasi. So we are voting on the appeal that this motion is not in order. Trustee Ohonchanada?
I'm opposed to the appeal. Thank you.
Trustee Boyd?
Opposed.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
Opposed.
Trustee Tokiwa? Okay, sorry. Trustee Vice Chair Agnew?
I'm opposed.
Trustee DeRosa?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
Opposed.
Trustee Antomasi?
I'm in favor, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
Opposed.
And Trustee Duarte is Trustee O'Brien?
Favor.
And Trustee Duarte is opposed. It's 4 in favor, 5 opposed. The appeal fails. This motion is not in order. We shall now proceed. Yes, Trustee
Mr. Chair,
Carabella.
I did have my hand up for this.
Yes.
Thank you. So
Trustee Carabella, we took the vote. The motion has been laid to rest, and we need
except
to take
that I did have my hand up. So
Yeah.
like it's in our report. It's in the policy.
So right now, Trustee Carabella, if you.
I still think when we have a motion, it just has to be voted down. You can't just take it off the table.
It's not, yeah, that's true. If the motion is in order, then it's a purview of the trustees. If it's not in the purview of the trustees, we are going beyond our trustees' reach. There's only certain things that we can do, and certain things are not in our reach. So unfortunately, that's out of our reach. Okay, by the way, Trustee Carabella, we need to do some housekeeping work here. It's 11:31. We need to take a vote to extend by 30 minutes. It has to be unanimous. Vice Chair Agnew.
Oppose.
Trustee DeRosa.
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo.
Opposed.
Trustee Antomasi.
I'm in favor.
Trustee Carabella.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanora.
In favor.
Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Master Hammer.
In favor.
And Trustee Duarte is in favor. We have 7 in favor, 2 opposed. It's not unanimous. We have to end this
Mr.
meeting.
Chair.
Yes.
I feel like I really didn't have a chance to speak to this before you said it was out of order, because there is a right in our policy that is approved. It says the director shall review the performance of superintendents and shall
Point
submit.
of order, Mr. Chair.
So I don't understand why. Yeah, can she not interrupt me as well? Oh yeah.
Trustee Carabella, trustees have been interrupting with point of orders, and I had to explain what the point of orders all throughout this meeting. Trustee Guzzo has a right to call the point of order, and I think it's only the second time that she has called, whereas trustees have been calling point of order all throughout the evening. So Trustee Guzzo, what's your point of order? Can you state that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The vote has called. It's not unanimous. Meeting is ended.
Your point of order is well received. Trustee Carabella, this has been decided. The matter is laid to rest. We are now moving to close the meeting, and I don't need a motion to adjourn, right? Okay, we shall move directly to the closing prayer.
Mr. Chair, the matter on the table has to be deliberated.
Trustee
You can't
Antomasi.
finish the meeting without finishing the matter that's being voted on.
You're correct, but we did not start with the other item because Trustee Carabella had a question. We did not put a motion on the table, nor was it seconded. Okay, so we do not have a matter on the table right now other than to end the meeting. So thank you for letting me know that. So as we end the meeting, please join me in the sign of faith. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, as we come to the end of this meeting, we thank you for what has been accomplished here today. May the matters discussed serve as a catalyst to move us forward and cause us to advance and see growth in all areas of our lives. May we leave here recognizing you are God of all wisdom and you are willing to lead us forward. This we pray in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. 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 Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Good night.